Yeah,
you
Secret
guys go.
Service down in Syracuse to tell that most of the content creators will do this.
Let me know. You want me to stay here? Hold the door. Look, hold on.
We got a little thing of no. I bet you right now there's content creators that are dying laughing that's been inside for 4 hours. Like, you got that?
I got people booked.
Tap in. They said inside. Okay, let's go, guys.
Let's go.
Should we go inside? Or should he go? This is a liberation. Should he go inside or should he stay outside? Red is yes, blue is no.
Lord help me.
Oh, look, they're still going.
Red is yes, blue is no. Come on, y'all.
What, 80, 90, 110 said go in.
Okay, hold on. Let's do rock, paper, scissors.
No, we already told it. That's not how this works. That is definitely not how this works.
All right, that's that.
You're hilarious. 140 to 14. I don't think the jury's in yet. I don't know if Kinto or Jules is in here. I'm not 162 to 15.
All right. Yo, there was some new information that was
So if it's too bright, so you can lift this thing up and look at here. Yeah, the name's still cut out just a little bit. Let's see here, what's this going to go for? This will kind of be a pain in the ass shot for sure. Your zoom in and zoom out is right here. It's okay. You're zooming out. That's right. People love to see the your activity. Just move nice and slow. And I'll get your handle set up so this is a little bit easier. So you see how it's like moving down a little bit? So what you would do, no, like that's, you can move the camera just a little bit back. Always make sure that's nice and tight because that's what's holding on the camera, okay? Just move this back, so it's about weight.
I'm looking here and see something.
I guess I do need two of them. My goal would be to attach it to this, but I need that handle thing right now. So maybe this will work for you. That's production for you. So feel free to mess with this thing however you like. So we're like on about a few second delay too, just keep that in mind. And then just monitor that thing up in the right hand corner, 99%. That's, wait, 99 minutes. Okay. So we're coming. Gotcha. That looks like theirs though. You can also tell by the camera crew. No, they go right in the middle there. So we... Tomorrow we'll get in position to where you can actually and go over and film it on your... You want to backpack it right now? I'd rather have you in better position next time. So just get the shot of them walking across. Okay? Yeah.
Moving it to the right side. And then I'm going to go back up to the...
Once they walk by, yeah.
stand right here. And we're gonna put the umbrella up because it's start getting really hot. Guys, we're sitting here waiting. Somebody said McGeough was earlier. I'm gonna see which other ones I can follow. There's quite a few things in here right now. Between
Good morning, everyone. Happy Monday. Welcome to Law and Crime's live coverage of the United States versus Sean Combs. I'm Chris Stewart. It's great to be with you. Today, we could get a verdict in the sex trafficking and racketeering trial of Sean Diddy Combs. The jury will begin deliberations today. We will be waiting to hear what they decide. Now, we're going to have live coverage throughout the day, during deliberations, once they begin. We want your questions this morning as well. You know what to do. Drop them in the chat here on YouTube. We have a great panel who will be joining me in just a moment, who will be able to answer your questions. We'll read them right on the air. As we get things started, let's head out live to Lower Manhattan, outside the federal courthouse, where these deliberations will be taking place. That's where we find our Sierra Gillespie, host of Scandal here on Law and Crime. Sierra, good to see you once again. Outside the courthouse, today's a little bit of a different kind of day because there's no testimony. Closing arguments are done. First off, what does the scene look like there today, considering after jury instructions, it's going to be a lot of waiting?
Yeah, Chris, good morning. Thank you for having me back on. It's so fun to bring you guys updates, and I'm really excited to see what's going to happen today. As you said, we could get a verdict, and that's kind of why when I was walking over to the courthouse this morning, I expected something kind of wild, you know, because at any moment we could have a verdict once those deliberations begin. Of course, jury instructions ahead of that. But as of right now today, nothing too wild here. I mean, on Friday when we had the closings from the defense, I did see quite a bit of a line, especially for reporters or even spectators who are hoping to get into the courtroom or the overflow room to kind of be in the courthouse for all of it. But right now, not too much going on outside of the courthouse. I mean, we have reporters from all over the world, literally, and that's really the bulk of the people that we are seeing here. However, it's still early and we haven't begun deliberations yet, so things could change at any moment.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting. I mean, we had some emotional closing testimony, closing arguments over the end of last week. And something to think about this week is that it's a short week because you have the 4th of July on Friday. So once the jurors start deliberations, they'll be thinking about whether or not they could put all of this to rest by the end of the week. Sierra Gillespie is going to be with us throughout the morning, throughout this hour, especially here on Law and Crime. Thank you for joining us on YouTube. We're starting to get some really good questions into the chat. So I'm going to bring in our panel of experts who will be with us for this hour. We have Dr. Dwayne Hendricks, who is the former associate warden at the Metro Detention Center in New York, where Sean Combs has been living for the last several months since he was arrested in September of last year, and Joe Richardson, civil rights attorney, also joining us to help break down what we can expect. Today, first off, they'll be going over jury instructions. The judge will be laying out how jurors can go about their deliberations. Joe, I'm going to begin with you because we are already getting probably the biggest question everybody has at this point is, when are we going to get a verdict? More specifically, let me ask you, what would you consider a long deliberation in this case?
I would consider a long deliberation more than 3 or 4 days. I think they have some things to consider. There's 5 charges. There's 34 witnesses by the prosecution, even though the defense didn't do any. And they just got some evidence admitted. So I'd say if you're going past a few days, it's a long verdict. And you've got the holiday factor too. There's an open question as to whether or not these guys are going to go past Thursday under any circumstance because they don't want to come back after a holiday. It is just an inclination that juries sometimes do, and we'll see what they do. Can they get it done in a few days? Yeah, they could. But if it goes longer, particularly past the holiday, I would be surprised.
Yeah, I want to dive into a little bit of how these deliberations actually work in just a moment, but I want to bring in Dr. Dwayne Hendricks with us right now, who's a retired senior warden with the Bureau of Prisons. That is the federal department that Sean Combs potentially could be living in if he's found guilty, but he's also the former associate warden at the Metro Detention Center from 2013 to 2016, which was before Sean Combs was sent awaiting trial. We do have a question coming in for you, Dr. Hendricks. This is from I Don't Care Bear number 1. What does the average day look like for Diddy at MDC?
Well, when he's not coming over to the courthouse, since he's there on pretrial status, he'll get up in the morning. They bring the food over to the units, so he'll get up. If he wants to have breakfast, he'll have breakfast. And then he's in an open base setting, so he'll be basically out of his cell most of the day. He can watch TV, he can talk on the phone. There's a small little workout area outside the pod that he's in. Has a little basketball court, a little area where they can run a little bit, get some, like I said, get a little exercise in. And then typically, medical staff will come in, do a sick call just in case there's any individuals that aren't feeling well. They also do pill line. I'm not sure if he's on any type of medication. And then that's pretty much most of the day. I mean, then if if his family, friends or associates wants to come visit, he can have a visit, I'm sure, over the weekend prior to deliberations. I'm sure he probably has some family members coming over to meet with him this weekend. And then there's 5 counts during the day. 2 of them are stand up at 4 p.m. and at 9 p.m. So that's pretty much the typical day for a pretrial inmate. And then other inmates, obviously, are either working on their cases, they're going to the law library, and that kind of thing. So it's pretty mundane and, in terms of being at a pretrial facility.
And Dr. Hendricks, we're getting a lot of questions coming in specifically for you in the chat. So you're a favorite early and often. Joe, also a lot of questions coming for you as well. And you can see we have our Sierra Gillespie standing by. Joe, so early today, right out of the gate, they're going to go over jury instructions. That's expected to take as long as 2 hours. What can we expect? What type of instructions does the jury get to understand what their job is once these deliberations begin?
So there are always general instructions, a series of general instructions having to do with their obligations as a jury, including, but not limited to, things related to evidence as a general standpoint. Here's how you're supposed to weigh evidence. Here's where common sense weighs in. I'm not quoting, from exact jury instructions, but they do cover what their conduct is supposed to be as jurors, how they're supposed to weigh evidence, and then the specific causes of action themselves. Okay, as it pertains to racketeering, this is what needs to be shown, and then there's some supplemental instructions or some instructions that go into a bit more detail about each of the causes of action. So there'll be general instructions about their conduct, the things that they're supposed to do, and how to weigh evidence, as well as things that are specific to the causes of action themselves.
Again, it's supposed to take a couple of hours and then it will be in the jury's hands. A couple more comments and questions coming in. I have to shout this one out from Nat Lai. Says I'm having a great hair day. Says, Chris, your hair is beautiful. I only bring that up because when you work with Jesse Weber, you really have to bring it. And he's going to be on at noon today. Great hair game. Check that out. Hair and crime. That's what we do here at Law&Crime. Dr. Hendricks, I'm going to turn to you right now. Someone asks here, I'll get their username in a moment. This is from Sparkle Thickness 5728. Is P. Diddy getting any sort of special treatment as he's been held at the MDC?
No, and I think probably the only special treatment he's probably given is where he's being housed in the East Building. MDC is set There's two buildings. There's the East Building and the West Building. The East Building is mainly for the cadre inmates who are what we call trustees, inmates that can move about freely throughout the facility to work and program. So he's in an open-based setting, and he's housed with probably about 15 to 20 other individuals that are awaiting trial. Typically, as someone who's facing a RICO charge will be in the West Building with other inmates that could either be terrorists, could be major drug dealers, or violent criminals. So I would say probably the only special treatment he's receiving thus far is where he's being housed. Because if he is convicted, those conditions that he's currently in will definitely be different.
Joe, I know you're a regular on Law and Crime. Kelly Bees 6578 says, "Oh, it's Joe again. Hi, Joe. I think he lives there." So it's good to know that you've been on this for a long time. We've seen lunch breaks, as you typically do during trial. A question coming in from Jesse Davin is, will the jury typically work through lunch once they get deliberations? What does their day look like once this goes to the jury?
Typically, their day is going to look similar to the time that they were normally in court hearing evidence. That's when they're going to be in deliberations. They will have lunch breaks. They will break for now. I don't know if they're going to be going after dinner or any of that kind of stuff, but typically their day from an hour standpoint, particularly in terms of breaks, including breaks, ought to look pretty similar than what they did while they were hearing testimony.
And then, Sierra, I want to bring you in on this because you've covered this trial every single day over the last 7 weeks that Sean Combs has been sitting there listening to testimony for you, and you've broke down every single bit of witness testimony along the way. If you were a juror and you go into that jury room and you start thinking about the testimony, who is the witness that stands out to you?
This is such a great question because we have to think about, as you said, Chris, 7 weeks of testimony, all from the government. And I was thinking about this because today we could begin with deliberations, right? But to me, there's no way that these jurors went home over the weekend and didn't think about the closings, right? There's just no way. I know they're not talking about it, but before they go to bed, when your head hits the pillow, you're kind of going through and thinking, what am I thinking in all of this, kind of preparing for deliberations? So to your question, the person who I would say number one is Cassie. And I don't think that's any sort of spoiler alert at all. Before we even started covering the trial, back even before the indictment, we knew that Cassie was working with the feds. We knew that she had powerful statements, and she was up on the stand for multiple days of both direct and cross. And I think she did a really good job of laying out so many facets of her relationship with P. Diddy, especially the fact that she started, meeting with him when she was 19 years old in the entertainment industry, that she signed this 10-album deal and only produced one because she alleges that Diddy stifled her career. And then, of course, to see the Intercontinental video and then hear Cassie's testimony in regards to all of it. She said she left one freak off early one time, and what happened? It was the result of the Intercontinental Hotel, that just harrowing video that we've all talked about at length at this point. So if I'm a juror, I'm going to go through Cassie's testimony, of course, Jane's testimony too, and Mia, and those are the ones that are really, really going to stand out to me.
Right, and in that 2016 video, you can't talk about it enough because it's come up so many times, came up in closing arguments, not just because of what you see Sean Combs do to Cassandra Ventura in that video, but you also think about what happened after the fact. Christina Coram calling the security at that hotel. Eventually, you hear Eddie Garcia on the stand talking about how he got paid $100,000 in cash to turn over what Diddy thought was the only copy of that video. But we know in 2016, last year, it ends up being leaked to CNN, and then everything goes from there. Got a couple more questions coming in from the chat. Dr. Hendricks, I want to bring you in on this. Where is Diddy held during jury deliberations?
He'll be held either in a holding cell or maybe somewhere in an area where he can meet with his attorneys while they're deliberating. They will keep him over at the courthouse until the judge ends the today's session. So as long as they're deliberating and there could be a decision made, he will be in the courthouse.
That question came from Sapphire 9841. Questions coming in hard and fast today, so we really appreciate it from everybody. Joe, a question I'll start with you, but this is one really for the panel. This is from Alexandra McDonald 9582. With the government's case not being so clean cut, what are the chances of Diddy not being convicted of anything at all, Joe?
If you pay attention to the evidence, I think there's a good argument that he ought to be convicted on transportation with intent to engage in prostitution. All of the elements seem to be there. That being said, there's this star factor thing that happens, and those that have heard me on Law and Crime have heard me say this a couple times, that I'm still surprised he got off in the Shine case 25 years ago. And so there's part of me that's not going to believe that Puff is going to get convicted until it actually happens. So is it possible that he's not convicted on anything? It's possible, particularly if the jury cannot separate the wheat from the chaff. If they don't believe that this is a criminal enterprise at all, it shouldn't carry over to transportation to engage in prostitution, but it could, because the government is presenting this thing whole to some people's minds. And so there's always a chance that the jury may reject it whole. But on the evidence, should he be convicted of something? Probably so.
And Sierra, kind of turning that question to you, because you cover celebrity all the time. And Sean Combs, we all grew up with him, fans of his music. Maybe you watch Making the Band. And there was probably 4 members of the jury, I would imagine, some starstruckness happening. I mean, you see Sean Diddy Combs, you realize during the voir dire process that this is the case that you're part of, but then you've been in the room with the guy for the last 7 weeks. We know how courtrooms can be. And we've heard from Elizabeth Milner, our reporter who's been in the courtroom, that there are times that jurors, they look exhausted. How much do you believe the celebrity of Sean Combs, who also, by the way, from what we've been told, looks a lot grayer, a lot older than maybe the Diddy you remember growing up with, how much could that celebrity impact the jury?
Okay, Chris, I have to start by talking about Making the Band, because I love the reference, and I think it does just go to show how far back Diddy goes in the timeline of all of us growing up and, being just part of pop culture from the 90s onward. So you're right to say that he's been with us for so long as this recognizable figure. And we saw this during voir dire, right? That some of the jurors said, yeah, I know him. Some said, okay, yeah, I listen to hip hop music. It's hard not to know who P. Diddy is. And also we've heard testimony from witnesses too on the stand, multiple people calling Diddy larger than life. So you know that when you see him for the first time as a juror, you're thinking, okay, this is the Grammy award winning P. Diddy. I remember that video. I remember Bad Boy for Life. Whatever it is that they're connecting him to, maybe getting the key to New York City where I am right now, right before his indictment, So of course they're going to be thinking about that right away. However, as it goes on, perhaps Diddy becomes more and more humanized to them, right? Hearing some of the things that maybe aren't as glamorous as celebrity, perhaps cleaning up lube or baby oil from the Beverly Hills Hotel, for example. That's not something I generally think of when I think of celebrities, which, by the way, Chris, you did say this, and thank you for introducing me as the host of Scandal, which if you guys like what we're talking about with celebrities, make sure to subscribe to my channel, because that's where we talk all things celeb, including Diddy. But to your main question here, Chris, is this something that the jurors are going to take into the deliberation room? Well, they're not supposed to. It's not whether they like Diddy or don't like Diddy. It's whether the government has proved their case beyond a reasonable doubt. But to me, if I, Sierra Gillespie, am a juror on, deliberating on all of this, I think it's really tough to separate those things. Maybe this is something that Joe can speak to more too. The fact that if we don't like the defendant, maybe we're more likely to convict. So I don't know how ethical that is, but it could be there in the back of their minds.
Yeah, Joe, I'll turn that to you, because I'm just looking at a list of the jurors and what we know about them. For as much as I'm 37, grew up with Sean Combs, you have people, a female. She's a treatment coordinator. She's 74 years old. Somebody who worked in finance, he's 68. Another one, 67, 68. So it's not necessarily everybody grew up in the P. Diddy generation and was consuming his music, especially in the late 90s, the early 2000s, and then all the TV shows he did. Joe, in cases like this where you have celebrity, how much of an impact can someone like Sean Combs have on the jury just because of who he is?
He can have a huge impact. Everybody knows who Diddy is, even if you don't consume his music, even if you don't drink his alcohol. He was a high society guy. The guy got the key to the city in New York City. And most rap stars don't have that, okay? Most business owners don't have that. And so he's the type of person that at least you've heard of, you've heard about, however one feels about it, depending on how close they are, they might follow along with an opinion. Those of us that followed East Coast, West Coast, rap and all these other things might have more of an opinion on P. Diddy one way or the other. But everybody knows that he's in the universe. And so the question becomes, hopefully the jury is objective about evaluating evidence and things like that. But there's always this potential problem for jury nullification, where if for their own righteous indignation, I think there's some people that really love Diddy on the street still. He's not doing so well with the government nowadays, but I think that there's some people on the street that love Diddy. And is there a possibility that they could actually ignore the evidence on some level and find him not guilty anyway? There could be jury nullification, and it's more likely to happen, even though it's not likely to happen statistically, it's more likely to happen with somebody like this.
Right. I mean, how many people on the jury? I mean, he's one of the most recognizable people on the planet. His music is consumed by communities across the board. I mean, he's someone who just kind of transcends in a way that few celebrities do. Do have an update coming in from the courtroom. The judge is on the bench. The judge says, in the case there is anything, we'll bring the jury in for the charge, which is laying out the jury rules. Combs' attorney says the laptop is ready. There are a few things we'll finalize during the charge, and then they'll just email it over. So they're getting together all the resources that the jury will need for deliberations. Dr. Hendricks, I have an interesting question coming in here from Kelly B's 6578. But before I ask it, I do want to play a clip. And this is of Sean Combs' kids. He has 7 kids who sang him happy birthday while he was held in the MDC. This was on November 4th of last year. Let's play that video.
All right, sing happy birthday to Daddy.
To Daddy, happy birthday to Daddy. Happy birthday. Keep going.
Happy birthday to
Daddy.
Keep going,
Go. Happy birthday to Daddy. Yay!
Yay!
I love y'all so much.
We love you too.
Love you, Pops.
I can't wait to see y'all.
Yeah.
Can't wait to see y'all. And I just want to say I'm proud of y'all. I'm proud of y'all, especially the girls. I mean, all of y'all. But just for being strong. Thank y'all for being strong, and thank y'all for being by my side and supporting me. I love y'all. I got the best family in the world. My birthday, I'm happy. Thanks to y'all giving me this call. Thank you very much. I love y'all.
We love you more too. Can't wait to see you in a couple of days.
I'll see y'all in a couple of days.
Say it again.
What you say?
I love you, Daddy.
Yeah.
I love you too, baby.
Yo, Pops.
Hi, we're right here.
Chance right here on the phone too. Pops, love eating all your cake, so you're not gonna have none left.
She's literally digging her face in it.
Yeah. We're gonna have to buy you a new one. Yo, she's face down in the cake right now. Say hey, Chance.
Happy birthday to my.
We love you.
Chance is right here too, if you can hear. On the phone. One more time.
Hey, Chance.
Happy birthday.
Thank you, baby. I love you.
Love you too. Miss you. See you soon.
Okay, that's
Again, that was Sean Diddy Combs' family calling him as he was in the MDC on November 4th, 2024. So Dr. Hendricks, that leads to my question from Kelly B's 6578. How often can Diddy have contact with his family, phone, or in person?
In terms of visits, their units will have certain days of the week that they can go down to the visiting room, meet with them. In terms of the population, I mean, he's only in this unit with 20 inmates, so on the days that his family can see him, they'll have some additional time with him. They can obviously speak with him on a daily basis, up until the time they're locked down or actually in the dorm he's in. He has to be on his bunk, prior to the 9 p.m. stand-up count. And then obviously he sees him every day in court. Seeing that video, it just goes to show you, other than the alleged victims in this case, the biggest losers in all of this is his family, especially his children. Being a father of 3 small children, 1 in college. It's a tough thing to see, and it's being a warden and being in corrections for over 30 years. One of my professional priority is always family reunification and making sure that they maintain those bonds with their families. So he's obviously at a critical moment. Either he's probably going to be with them this weekend or maybe sometime next week, depending on how long the jury deliberates, or he could be away from them for a long amount of time. So I'm sure they were with him this weekend, spending some time with him, bonding with him, obviously before.
Yeah, and you just think of that video, and no matter what your opinion is of this trial, of this case, of Sean Combs, especially his youngest, as a girl dad myself, who's a girl dad to a toddler, it's tough to watch, and it does kind of bring the human part of this in. Just getting an update from the courtroom, the jurors have entered. They are now getting instructions from the judge about how they'll go about their deliberations. Sierra, just because we are talking about Diddy's family, there was a piece of news that came in at the end of last week, a new civil lawsuit, not only naming Sean Combs, but also naming his son, Justin. Some very tough allegations from a woman being brought forth by Tony Busby's law firm, who's brought several civil suits against Diddy. That is separate from the trial that we're talking about here. But what have you learned? What updates do you have about how that is proceeding?
Yeah, Chris, I'm happy to break it down because one of our lights just had an issue, but we're good. I'm happy to break it down for all of you. And I first wanted to say thank you to everyone who's watching, because we have been getting a lot of amazing viewer questions and comments. And one person, our producer Jordan, sent this to me. Nat Lee says, OMG, I love Sierra. So I wanted to give her, I'm assuming, a shout out. So thank you for watching. And as Chris has been saying throughout all of this, not only does Chris have amazing hair, but please keep writing us all of your questions because we love to hear them. So let's talk about this lawsuit, right? And I actually got some viewer comments last week talking about it, and I want to be very, very clear here. Civil allegations, obviously different than criminal, and what we're talking about now are civil allegations. So this was filed a week ago on Monday. A woman under the name of Jane Doe filed a civil lawsuit against Justin Combs and included Diddy, alleging that she was raped by 3 men, including Diddy, who were wearing masquerade masks. So here's what happened. She said back in 2017, she started talking with Justin Combs via Snapchat. And Jane Doe is based in New Orleans in Louisiana. So they started talking, and she does admit in the lawsuit that she sent him risque photos. That's just something that was included in the court documents, the filings there. And then she started talking to him about how she had desires to be part of the entertainment industry. And it sounds like, according to the lawsuit, Justin said something to the fact of, oh, my dad, works in the entertainment industry. Why don't you come out here, meaning to LA, and, maybe you could be part of something. So she says in spring of 2017, she flew out to LA, and after that, things kind of went completely downhill. According to her lawsuit, she alleges that she was plied with drugs and alcohol and taken to a hotel where she says she was held as prisoner. Those are her words, by the way, from the filing. She says at one point, 3 men came in and were wearing those masquerade masks and took turns raping her. 2 of the men she said she didn't recognize. She wasn't sure who they were. But the 3rd man she recognized as Sean Combs, something that's kind of a pattern we've talked about throughout our live coverage today, is that he is so recognizable. Not only his face, but his voice too. And then on top of that, according to the lawsuit, Justin Combs referred to him as Pops, something you would call your dad. So she kind of deduced based on those things what he looked like, his voice, and that Pops comment, that perhaps this was Sean Combs. So she filed this lawsuit. Of course, Justin Combs' team has completely denied all of this. And I actually believe that I have the statement throughout all of this. I have so much going on here, but here I have it. I want to make sure that we're fair about all of this. So I wanted to read the statement from Justin Combs' team. They say, no matter how many lawsuits are filed, it won't change the fact that Mr. Combs has never sexually assaulted or sex trafficked anyone, man or woman, adult or minor. We live in a world where anyone can file a lawsuit for any reason. Fortunately, a fair and impartial judicial process exists to find the truth, and Mr. Combs is confident he will prevail in court. And again, Jane Doe has alleged assault, battery, gender violence, and negligent supervision, all in civil court, though, different than criminal. But again, it's kind of a lot heading right into deliberations.
Yeah, it is a lot, and we've seen these lawsuits kind of pile up since Sean Combs was first arrested. Getting an update from the courtroom, the judge talking to the jury now. The evidence is the testimony, the answers and the exhibits. Arguments are not evidence. You are the sole and exclusive arbiters of the facts. What is a reasonable doubt? It's based on your common sense after carefully weighing all the evidence. So the judge now speaking to jurors, beginning to lay out these jury instructions. That's expected to take more than an hour, we've learned. And then after that, it will be in the jury's hands. Joe, I have a question for you. This is from Coco Chanel 353. How will it proceed with the Tony Busby suits? Will Diddy have to go to court again for every single lawsuit?
Once something is filed in civil court, statistically speaking, 90% of them never make it to trial. And that's for one reason or another, either because they settle, which typically is favorable or at least something that's satisfactory to a plaintiff, or because the defendant was able to get rid of the case with an early dispositive motion. Dispositive, the case, the key word in that being disposed, like a motion for summary judgment. I don't know how much that's going to happen here because he basically, most of these guys, including Mr. Busby, have lawsuits that allege fact issues. So the question is whether it's more likely than not that these things actually occurred, creating the cause of action that in turn creates the cause for recovery. But that being said, there's 80 of them. And I don't know what allows one or other to stick out more than the others to bring them to the front of the line, so to speak. The second they file these cases, they probably ensured that they would be in litigation for 2 to 3 years. And so nothing's going to happen right away, particularly if Diddy is dealing with appeals, dealing with things related to the criminal case. And there's a question is, you're going to try to outlast these guys, see how much they have in the way of resources, seeing whose cases actually make the most sense to potentially resolve and to get off their plate. And so there are so many going on right now. Nothing may happen right away.
Just getting the response to our first poll that we put out. How are you feeling about the trial as the verdict approaches? 37% say hopeful, 29% say indifferent, 26% say nervous, and 6% say angry. More than 1,500 of you, 1,500 people voting for that. So we appreciate all your engagement this morning. To Joe's point, Dr. Hendricks, Sean Combs, however this ends, is going to be facing a lot of civil suits. If he's found guilty and he's spending time, the fact that he may have to make court appearances, and a lot of them, would that impact what prison he would be sent to?
No, it wouldn't be. They would designate him to a facility commensurate to his security needs, no matter where that is across the country. Basically, what would happen? He would be put on a federal or a state writ and sent to whatever jurisdiction to meet those standards, to meet up with to deal with those civil cases. Sometimes they may bring in some court officials to that particular location that he is to do, either an affidavit or something like that to go, to do his testimony. But no, that wouldn't change anything. I mean, he's going to go where he needs to be in terms of his security needs based on the length of sentence and the crimes that he would be allegedly convicted of. So no, it may drop us a little bit longer because it does take time for people to move across the country based on security and things of that nature. But no, he's going to go where he's designated to based on whatever he's convicted for.
And Joe, staying on the kind of the conversation we're having related to the civil suits, this is a question from Jesse Davin. Can the jurors use the civil suits / settlements as evidence of wrongdoing, or does the jury give those as much weight as the jury, deem necessary?
This particular jury should not be considering the civil suits at all. They shouldn't be considering anything that's admitted, particularly because, among other things, not only should it be admissible, not only should it be discussed coming in, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Other than Cassie, the people that are on the stand that may have had civil suits, and then that shows up in cross. But other than that, there's still the matter of them having different standards of proof. I can be wrong on a civil suit, which is just more likely than not, which is just this careful balancing here, where it's more likely than not that something happened. But that doesn't mean that I'm convicted beyond a reasonable doubt. So the jury should only consider the civil suits that came before them in cross-examination as it pertains to Cassie, for instance, and things like that, to the extent that it may bear on the credibility of the witness. Other than that, they shouldn't be thinking, oh, no, he got sued in civil suits, so he's more likely guilty in the matter at hand in the criminal case. They shouldn't be considering that at all.
And Dr. Hendricks, question coming in from Old Hollywood Angels. This is another one people really fascinated. I am too, just with some of the logistics of how all this works, especially related to someone as high profile as Sean Combs. Question is, I've always wondered if they bring Diddy prison food during the lunch break, or maybe food from the MDC where he's been held during lunch break, or do they bring something from the outside?
No, I highly doubt that they bring anything from the outside. I'm sure there's whatever the U.S. Marshals feed those offenders throughout the day. There is no food that leaves the MDC that travel to the courthouse in Manhattan. So whatever food that they're serving those individuals, they may have a contract food service company that may come in and provide, cold sandwiches and chips or whatever, some fruit boxes or fruit, whatever. But I doubt that he's getting any door dashing or anything like that from local restaurants there in Lower Manhattan.
So Nobu does not deliver to the federal courthouse in Lower Manhattan, I guess, in this case, even though he certainly could afford it. This is just an update coming from court. Judge, you must weigh, the judge says you must weigh to the jury, speaking to the jury, you must weigh each witness's credibility, the truth and importance of their testimony, size him or her up. You must decide. Sean Combs has been formally charged in an indictment. An indictment is not evidence. Joe, just from a couple of the lines that we've been speaking about in between some of the questions from our chat, what do you make of how the judge is going about instructing this jury about what their job is going to be when they begin deliberations?
He's doing what he's supposed to do in terms of letting them know, separate the wheat from the chaff. He was indicted. You have to make a decision based on the evidence. You can decide you heard someone testify for days or hours or whatever else, and you don't believe it. You can throw out the baby with the bathwater. You can figure out what you believe versus what you don't believe. He's really letting the jury know the parameters of what it is that they're supposed to decide, because theoretically what's supposed to happen is they go into the deliberation room and then they start applying those rules while they're looking at the evidence. Now they'll have opportunity to ask questions and things like that to get further clarification, but the judge is doing exactly what he's going to do, starting off by letting them know what their obligations actually are, how they're supposed to weigh evidence, what they're supposed to consider, what they're not supposed to consider, and going from there.
And Dr. Hendricks, a question I have, just as far as if he's found guilty, he's going to go to prison. When I think of the Federal Bureau of Prisons, you have, for example, the Supermax that's holding people like El Chapo. You might have some lower security facilities. Where does Sean Combs go? How is it determined what type of federal facility he would go to if he's found guilty?
Well, let's talk about the seriousness of the charges. If he's convicted of RICO and all these sex offenses across the board, more than likely he'll probably end up at one of the high security facilities that has a sex offender management program. And the one that I can think of off the top of my head is the United States Penitentiary in Tucson, Arizona. And then if he's convicted of, let's just say, just the sex trafficking and then the lower charges of transportation, he'll probably end up at a medium security facility that house sex offenders in Marianna, Florida, Marion, Illinois, or Petersburg, Virginia. And then if he's convicted of just the lower charges of transportation, there's several low security facilities that house sex offenders in Inglewood, Colorado, Elkton, Ohio, or Seagoville, Texas. And typically, the Bureau has to designate inmates to facilities 500 miles closest to their residence. Obviously, he has homes in New York and Miami, Florida, and Los Angeles, California. So they'll try to get him close to one of those areas. But first, it'll start off with determining what his security needs are. So those are probably the more likely areas, the institutions that he'll probably be designated to if he is convicted for all the charges or some of the lesser charges.
It's interesting how where he would go would kind of depend on how this could play out with the charges that he's facing and what this jury potentially finds him guilty of. Joe, another question coming in. This also kind of touches on the civil suits, dozens of them that Sean Combs is facing, whether or not he's innocent or guilty in this trial. Question from Gobiko Studio: would a guilty verdict affect those suits in that the Combs team would be quicker to settle, or the opposite for that matter?
To my mind, I don't know how much it would affect, because if he's convicted on the criminal side of things, he's got bigger fish to fry than what may happen with these civil cases, because on other things, depending on what he's convicted of, he might be facing asset seizure. And so he's going to have bigger fish to fry if he's convicted. Now, that being said, does it come a little bit further to the forefront on his plate if he actually gets off? Yeah, I think that it does, because he's probably emboldened in terms of dealing with those. But I think that one of the things that he can take advantage of, frankly, the second somebody files a lawsuit, you're looking at 1 year to 3 years until it gets all the way to the finish line. So he can actually take his time, spread his game out, for lack of a better term, and figure out which ones, from a priority standpoint, are the ones to deal with, which ones are the ones to get rid of, or does he just decide to hang out on each and every one of them and hold out? It's a lot harder to do that with 80 cases than if you have 2 or 3 or 4 or 10. But my sense is, of course, it's the criminal case first, and then what's happening with that is really going to dictate the speed and the vigor with which he deals with everything else.
Yeah, and you just wonder too, I mean, the amount of money he is spending, not just on an all-star criminal defense team in this case, but the attorneys that will then handle the dozens of lawsuits that could go on for years. How much money, for as successful as Sean Combs is, I mean, how far will that money go? I want to bring in just another update from court. The judge now laying out the counts that Sean Combs is facing, explaining them to the jurors during these jury instructions that are believed to be going for more than an hour. And then if you're just joining us, that is when the jury will begin deliberating. Judge saying, quote, count 1, charges from 2004 to 2024, a racketeering enterprise. Count 2, from 2009 to 2018, sex trafficking of Cassandra Ventura. Count 3, from 2009 to 2018, transporting individuals, including but not limited to Ventura, for purposes of prostitution. Count 4, from 2019 to 2024, sex trafficking of Jane. That was the pseudonym for the other victim who testified. Count 5, from 2019 to 2024, transporting individuals, including but not limited to Jane, for purposes of prostitution. Each count is separate. And I also want to bring in the results of another poll. We appreciate more than 1,300 of you who voted on this one. Which piece of evidence had the biggest impact? We have surveillance footage that came in at 48%, witness testimony 30%, text messages and emails 18%. That was big for the defense throughout the trial. And then voicemails were 3%. So we appreciate everybody contributing to that poll. Sierra, I'll go out to you because you have covered this so much on Scandal. What were the pieces of evidence that stood out to you, and what do you make of course, the surveillance footage, 48%, but I'm a bit surprised that it wasn't a larger number because of just how much that video, it's so visual. You see it, and it was played multiple times during the trial.
Yeah, Chris, we can't talk about this particular case without talking about the Intercontinental video. And I feel like we've been talking about it for over a year at this point because it was leaked kind of a while ago. And that's when we got that really infamous Diddy apology video. And I know we did hear a lot from witness testimony, according to the poll. That is very important too. And I think why perhaps maybe it wasn't as big on our poll is because we do have that video that speaks for itself. You know, we have the physicality there. And then we also have the corresponding testimony from Cassie, who comes on the stand and describes what led up to it, what happened afterward. And so we have kind of these two dueling things of seeing this video that is so important, and then also hearing from Cassie herself, which, by the way, the celebrity testimony in all of this, at first we kind of thought that it was going to be a bit more, but Cassie, Kid Cudi, hearing from these major names has been something that I really think drew a lot of attention to this case specifically and why we're here now covering it, which, if you're interested in all of that, make sure to subscribe to my channel, Scandal, where we talk all things celebrity. And we've talked a lot today. We're talking about the poll and then, of course, the people who are writing in, our viewers. And I have actually one of our viewers, LA Sagittarius, asked, why didn't they play the video of Cassie threatening to take somebody's life if they leaked a video, meaning the Intercontinental video? And she said she promised she would get it done. That girl was never scared. Okay, and I think they're referencing the specific audio, it was played in court, and we're about to play for you right now. So just to give you a bit of context about what all of this is, Cassie is talking to Sujin, who says he saw this video of Cassie having sex with someone, now presumably a freak-off video, and Cassie is pretty upset, understandably, about all of this, that someone else out there has this video. So then she threatens his life. I mean, take a listen for yourselves.
No, you playing games, and now we're never. Now all my friends can go, and we can stay here. All right. Everybody can go, and we're gonna stay here. Everybody heard. So they're all leaving, and we're staying here until you show me that. I'm going to kill you. You don't understand. I don't give. I've never killed anybody in my life, but I will kill. I will kill you because you're with me. With me in my life right now. If I saw a video of you doing anything that you didn't want people to see, I would show you the video so you could tell me what the happened. You're playing games with me, telling me you saw now you're saying you didn't see some you with me. I'm going to you up. I don't think you understand. And it's not going to be my hands, and it's not going to be blood on my hands. Someone else is going to do it. So you have to tell me right now, and I'm recording this whole FYI, tell me what the you're talking about.
I tend to agree with LA Sagittarius, one of our viewers, who said that that was such an important piece of evidence because you can hear in Cassie's voice, she's saying things that are very intense, you know, because she's talking about this very private, intimate video. And I think that kind of brings everything full circle, right? Because in the defense's closings, Mark Agnifilo kind of pointed the finger, at least according to rebuttal, he pointed the finger at Cassie and Jane and said, what is their motive here? Is it money? Is that their motive? You know, that's why they're participating and working with the government. But on rebuttal, Maureen Comey pointed out money isn't a motive. The money was already paid off way before all of this, back when Cassie filed her civil suit. Cassie did not want to testify. She had to. And I think it kind of goes to show how Cassie on the stand said, I never wanted to talk about this. I didn't want to bring it up. I wanted to do everything in my power to keep these videos secret. Her mom even took out a $20,000 loan to kind of prevent all of this from being released to the public, which it unfortunately eventually was. But I think it's such important evidence in all of this. We've got evidence like the audio, the video, and the witness testimony. So there's so much for these jurors to weigh.
You know, this point in particular puts you kind of in the shoes of one of these jurors right now, because you had the testimony, and I remember Elizabeth Milner, when Cassie testified, just talked about how emotional it was in the courtroom. I mean, she was the star witness right out of the gate. But then the defense comes back with the text messages in these cases, trying to show that she was complicit in this, trying to say that the relationship was consensual. And now as a juror, you have to take both of them. And then you ultimately decide these 12 people who will sit in this room. And these are pictures from the AP of what the jury room looks like. There are a few times that a room so bland, a picture like this, so boring, is actually super compelling to look at, because this is where the fate of Sean Combs is going to be decided. I want to bring Joe in on this point. Take us into what happens in the jury room. We know they're going to decide. We know they're going to go through evidence, but specifically, what is going to take place in that room?
Well, it could go a lot of different ways, but my sense is that they're going to pick someone that's going to be the foreperson, and they're going to probably, that foreperson, if they're objective, they're going to say, well, we could maybe approach this a couple different ways. Maybe we should start off based on the charges, figuring out where everyone is. Or maybe we should start having general discussions about what people's thoughts are and let that lead us into the causes of action. So it can be done. There's more than one way to skin a cat. It can be done several different ways. But what I'm really particularly interested in is who emerges as an advocate one way or the other, right? Who emerges as someone that says, guys, there's reasonable doubt here everywhere. We all know that he's a bad guy, but does this make him, the criminal enterprise thing has always been a square peg in a round hole for me. Who are going to be the sides? Who are going to be the folks? And is it a situation where it's going to be very, very close to being guilty or very, very close to being not guilty? And then you just have a couple people or less to actually convince, right? So hopefully somebody comes in in an organized fashion and says, here's the way we can do this without anyone feeling negative or feeling attacked, etc., because we need to have a conversation because we're all doing our jury service. Give people the opportunity to speak, to say what needs to be said, and then hopefully they can go charge by charge so that by the time they're done, they can say that it was thorough and they got where they needed to be and that they served the people the best way they can in their obligation as jurors.
And you just think of the personalities in that jury room as well. I mean, I just keep looking at this list of, it ranges from a female deli clerk. She's 30 years old. There's a man who is retired in finance. He's 68 years old. Physician's assistant, 43. I mean, this is, as you look at this jury, it really kind of runs across the board of different backgrounds, ages, professions. Who is the person, to your point, Joe, who is the one, when we look back on this, that stood up and said, this is what I believe, and then people ended up following them. Got a different new court update, coming in. The judge saying, quote, for attempt, the U.S. must show intent and a substantial step taken. Mere intention does not amount to an attempt. Aiding and abetting means knowingly doing some act to aid or encourage a crime to be committed. Judge also says, for RICO, that's the racketeering charge, the U.S. must prove that from 2004 to 2024, there was an agreement between two or more individuals for a racketeer enterprise that impacted interstate commerce, that the defendant, joined and committed at least two predicate acts. The U.S. must prove a mutual understanding to cooperate. You may infer its existence from the circumstances of this case. Actions may speak louder than words. You may consider the acts of all of those you find to be participants. So you're seeing the judge continue to lay out the jury what their job is going to be. I just want to say we have more than 10,000 people watching with us right now on YouTube. We really appreciate you being there. RSS9965 says, I have to say the Law and Crime guests have been spectacular. I absolutely agree. The coverage has also been amazing. I'm really glad we had lawyers and professionals to guide the general public through this trial. I totally agree. Joe, Dr. Hendricks, both of you are just incredible, giving us kind of just the insight of not only what's playing out in the courtroom, but how things could proceed after. And with that, Dr. Hendricks, Old Hollywood Angels asks another one here saying, will P. Diddy move away from MDC? And if yes, will he end up in general population?
Yes, if he is convicted on any of these charges, now I do believe they will keep him in the cell. I mean the unit that he's in the East Building throughout the remainder of his time there. If he's convicted before he's sentenced, and even after, I don't think they'll move him over to the West Building just based on his celebrity, and probably want to just keep him safe and secure over there in that unit over in the East Building. I'm sorry. But he will be in general population, just like anyone else once he gets to his designated facility, if he is convicted of any of these crimes. And, I'm kind of interested to see if he's only convicted of the transportation charges. Since he's been in jail almost a year, I'd be interested to see, what type of sentence that he would receive. I know that he could be sentenced up to maybe 10 years, I believe, on those charges. But I'm wondering if he's acquitted on all the other charges that that they're trying to convict him on, will he be actually sentenced up to 10 years for just the transportation? But to answer your question, yes, if he is convicted and ends up in a federal prison, he will be in general population.
It'll be fascinating to see. I mean, you listed all those different places that he could end up being. Sean Combs, does he spend a significant amount of time in a federal facility in Tucson, Arizona, or rural Illinois, wherever it may be? Poll results coming in here. Does the trial affect Diddy's legacy in hip hop and business? 67% said completely tarnished, still respected in some circles, says 14%, slightly damaged 11%, legacy remains untouched 7%. Sierra, what do you think about that? More than 2,000 people voting.
I think that this is such a great question, right? Because we have the justice system behind me. We have, the court, the real court behind me. But then we have the court of public opinion, which as far as Diddy's fate is I'm not going to say equally important, but also really important, because let's say somehow Diddy's completely acquitted. There's a sweep in a positive way for him. What happens next? And I've been asked this question a lot on my show Scandal, because we talk about all things celebrity. And for me specifically, I don't know that P. Diddy is able to recover from this, especially if we're putting aside financially, because think of the amount he is paying all of the attorneys who are in the courthouse behind me right now, who've been ongoing in this case. I mean, we're at what, week 8 right now, not to mention all of the months and months of preparation that they're being paid for. So we've got that. Then today we've heard a lot. Joe has been talking about this a lot too, all of the civil allegations against him, and if he has to go through with settlements there, or his other attorneys who will be working on that. So the financial side of things for Diddy, I don't know if he is going to be doing quite as well in the banking side of things, but as far as his reputation, I don't know if he can recover from things like this, because I've talked about this before, but let's say, for instance, Kevin Spacey, he has been acquitted of any sort of crime. I mean, other cases were dropped. There were the civil allegations where a jury ruled in his favor, and yet he's still kind of disgraced in a way. I mean, Kevin Spacey won an Oscar in 1999 for American Beauty, On Top of the World. Then the allegations came out, and has he ever come back up? I don't know. And so I think even if Diddy is completely acquitted, there's so many civil lawsuits out there against him that I think if you were to come back, or have a comeback, as they say, it would definitely take some time for the public to have to forget about what we're talking about right now.
Right. But I also think, too, Sean Combs has so much music out there that, we all remember, we all grew up with. Does that still, what do the streams look like on Spotify, years from now, if he's found guilty, or even if he's found innocent of this? Maybe not new projects, but to your point, I mean, how many people are not watching House of Cards when that comes up? What do the streams look like on that on Netflix for Kevin Spacey, though he may not be working on new projects? So I think it's a fascinating kind of thing that we'll look at once all of this is wrapped up. Sierra Gillespie, host of Scandal on Law and Crime. You've been awesome for this hour. I know you're going to be hosting our live stream coverage from 1:30 to 2 p.m. Eastern. So everybody who is watching us right now, you can catch more Sierra throughout the day, but holding it down from 1:30 to 2. Also on that note, we're going to have our Jesse Weber. He'll be on from 12 to 2 today. I know everybody loves to hear from Jesse. He's been one of the great voices covering this trial from the very beginning. And then our Anjanette Levy, host of Crime Fix here on Law and Crime, will be holding down the live stream from 4 to 5. As we get close to the top of this hour, where we'll be signing off, Joe, I want to turn to you, and then I'll turn to Dr. Hendricks. First off, it's kind of the big question that, we can talk about all the specifics. How do you see this ending?
Yeah, boy, I tell you, I should put a patent on that and sell it. But my sense is, if the jury is able to decipher, separate the wheat from the chaff, and their objective, I think that he gets convicted on at least prostitution, transportation with intent for prostitution. I think that the racketeering is harder. You need a meeting of the minds. And it's not clear that there's a meeting of the minds, because I have an open question that the jury may have. Who's the co-conspirator? KK is said to be the co-conspirator, but nobody put her on the stand. And I think the fact that she's not on the stand, I think that works to the detriment of the prosecution more than anything, because the jury may be asking, why is this person that everybody's talking about not put on the stand? Then I think the trafficking is somewhere in between. There's an argument that Cassie's trafficking of Cassie is a little bit more clear, and maybe that can be shown. I think the force and threat and the coercion could come from the $20,000 demand that her mother ended up paying. Not so clear as it pertains to the other. So we'll see what ultimately happens with it. I'll be here with my popcorn, but my sense is more of a conviction as it pertains to the lowest charge, with sex trafficking somewhere in between. And I think that RICO, racketeering is going to be a little bit more difficult.
No, it's definitely a complicated charge to read through, figuring out the underlying crimes, and then it's 2 within 10 years. But exactly what does that look like? We'll see. Final update from court for this hour. If you find that the Combs enterprise existed, the judge says you must find whether it continued in a substantially similar form from 2004 to 2024. The people can change. As to the defendant being a member, he had to know of the existence of the enterprise. Dr. Hendricks, you know the system that Sean Combs could end up living in for the rest of his life. Do have a fun question in a way for you at the end of this. But first off, because I've heard criticisms of some of the federal facilities. I was watching the Chrisley documentary last night, which very different situation of Todd and Julie Chrisley, but they were talking about they felt their health was suffering because they were in a federal facility. What does life for Sean Combs look like if he is found guilty and he heads to one of the federal facilities that you listed?
Well, I mean, he's going to be just like any other individual housed in a federal prison. He'll get a job assignment. Once he gets a physical done within 14 days of his arrival, if he's healthy, more than likely he'll be working in food service. That's typically where they put inmates when they first get to federal prison. He'll be working, and he'll more than likely try to get his visiting list going, getting his family and his associates, those that are still close to him, to try to get to see him as quickly as possible. Because if he is convicted, and once he leaves MDC and heads to whatever facility that he's designated to, it'll probably be a month and a half before he has any visits once he arrives at his new facility. There has been significant challenges throughout the years here recently, more recently in terms of healthcare in federal facilities. And a lot of it has to do with staff shortages, but it also that burden has to be put on those individuals that are incarcerated as well. They're responsible for their health and, not buying a bunch of junk food and sodas and things of that nature in the commissary, and trying to live a healthier lifestyle even prior to coming to these facilities. Now, again, Bureau of Prisons there's been a lot of criticism, and then there's a lot of work to be done. They do have a new director and a new deputy director, and I'm hopeful that there'll be some significant changes made to rebuild the reputation of the Federal Bureau of Prisons. But in terms of, I do agree with what Joe was saying in terms of more than likely he will be convicted of the lower charges. And I'm hearing that his family is preparing like a big party when he's released this week, maybe next week if he's acquitted. But I'm hoping, while I know he has attorneys watching the trial for any appellate issues, but I'm also hoping that they're preparing for him if he does have to go to prison. What is his life going to look like once he gets there, and especially if he doesn't get life or he isn't there a long time. What his life is going to be like once he is released from prison. Because at the end of the day, like I said earlier, the biggest losers of this is the alleged victims and his children. So whatever life that he wants to live beyond this experience, it may not be fame and fortune, but maybe he has to repurpose himself and live a more quiet life and again build a better bond with his family to regain that credibility. Because obviously everybody's smiling, they're showing that support, but behind closed doors, I'm sure there's some questions being asked, like, how did we get here? How did you put us in this position? Because at the end of the day, reputation is easily kept than recovered. So.
Yeah, no, that's incredibly well put. I will give you this kind of a fun final question, if you will, Dr. Hendricks from Kenor Spielman 4649. Could Diddy give concerts to fellow inmates in jail?
Not necessarily as Diddy, but they do have in the various chapels, the country, they do have music, they have instruments and things of that nature. So I don't think he'll be putting on concerts anytime soon. However, there is a possibility that if he's healthy and once he goes through his food service job, he could gain a job in the chapel and help out with music and different things of that nature at some point if he is convicted.
Oh, yeah, that'll be fascinating to hear the stories of what's going on the inside. If Sean Combs heads in that direction. Joe Richardson, civil rights attorney, Dr. Dwayne Hendricks, former associate warden at the Metro Detention Center, but also a retired senior warden with the Bureau of Prisons. Both of you have been awesome throughout the last hour with us. We have more than 12,500 people watching us. As soon we'll be on verdict watch. The judge is giving updates from the courtroom to jurors, laying out what the rules are going to be, and then they'll be in deliberations, and we will bring you the verdict live when we hear it and bring you live coverage on this stream. We will also be live throughout the day here on Law&Crime as we're waiting for updates. You can catch Jesse Weber starting at noon. Sierra Gillespie will be at 1:30, and then Anjanette Levy at 4 o'clock. And while you're waiting, maybe you're joining us, want to get updated on the case. We do have the second season of Law&Crime's hit podcast, The Rise and Fall of Diddy, that is hosted by our Jesse Weber. It is back, and the third episode will drop tomorrow. So in the meantime, you can catch up on the 2 episodes that have dropped exclusively on Wondery Plus, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. We're going to give you a teaser. Check it out.
We acting bad. We ain't trying to hurt nobody.
For decades, he was untouchable.
I've gone from Harlem to Hollywood.
Sean Diddy Combs built an empire from the ground up. But now, it's all coming undone.
Sean Combs, the mogul as we know it, is over. I'm Jesse Weber, host of Law&Crime's The Rise and Fall of Diddy, the federal trial, a front row seat to the biggest trial in entertainment history.
Sex trafficking, racketeering, prostitution, allegations by federal prosecutors that span decades, and witnesses who are finally speaking out.
This is at least the 10th lawsuit filed against Combs.
Each week we break down the courtroom drama as it happens.
How far will he fall, or will he walk free, but with a reputation in ruins? You can listen to The Rise and Fall of Diddy, the federal trial, exclusively on Wondery Plus.
outside. That's why.
Hey, bro. Hey, Mark. Hey, his brother? You're going here. So we don't have to worry about it. Okay, very good.
Their instructions, they don't get instructions. I mean, I guess I don't get jury instructions on one. There's no way it's going to get applied to anything. Right. Do you need lawyers or whatever? They'll only talk when the verdict's done. Oh, yeah.
What's up, everybody? Right, we get ready to set up for you guys, for you people. Today is Judgment Day. Today is the day, decision day. As someone said, someone called it. Let's take the lights up. Let's get the views up. Share this video. This is it. We're going to find out. This is it. Today. Sean Diddy Combs is free, or if Sean Diddy Combs will not be free. Okay? Verdict is go to jail or days with that. That's right. Fourth quarter of the finisher here. Crazy something a little bit more. Okay. All right. Decision Day in America. Sean Diddy Combs. The life and trials of Sean Diddy Combs. It's your boy Big Act. I've been here since day one, covering this story, giving it to you. No edits. What you see is what you get. Favortube.com, and this is it. Fourth quarter, 10 seconds on the clock. Win or go home. That's what the defense, that's what the prosecution is there for. Prosecution want to win, they want to go home. Sean Diddy Combs want to win, or he wants to go home. But there's another side to this. There will be a loser. Somebody's going to win and go home. Somebody's going to stay right here. Back on that big bus, through the side door, back to NBC. Or will Sean Diddy Combs walk out those golden pearly gates? We're at ground zero. And once again, it's the boy Big Act covering the story. How's everybody? Support the platform. This is it. It's the last day. If you never supported before, this is a chance to support the platform and show some love. Show us what you think, what you've been thinking. You can also leave your comments. You can send a donation with a comment. That is called a super chat. But I'm gonna give you guys a peripheral view of what the big waves have going on. Shout out to NBC, ABC. CBS guys who work real hard covering this well.
did it though.
Yeah, I know.
He did. I know he did. I feel it. I can feel it. I'm a spiritual. Have a good one. Too. attorneys or the defense attorneys will come to this mic.
Hey there, everybody. I'm Jesse Weber, and welcome to our continued live coverage of the Sean Diddy Combs federal trial out of New York. We are officially in verdict watch right now in the trial. So jurors were sent back to deliberate a short time ago. This was after they were read the jury instructions in this case, the lengthy jury instructions in this case. Remember, this is basically the law that they're going to follow. I want to give you a little bit of an update on what they were read and why it's so significant moving into this. But I do want to let you know that for the next 2 hours, we are going to be taking your questions about this case as we wait for a jury verdict. Probably unlikely they're going to come back today with a verdict, but who knows? I've been shocked before, could be shocked again. So we're also going to take your questions, submit them, we'll answer them. I have an all-star panel with me to go through it all, but I want to let you know about what's going on with these jury instructions. So, of course, the Judge Arun Subramanian, went through all of the elements of all of the charges: racketeering, conspiracy, sex trafficking by force, fraud, or coercion, transportation to engage in prostitution, but arguably the most complex is racketeering conspiracy. And for instance, the judge said the government is going to have to prove that there was a mutual understanding to cooperate in a criminal enterprise, one that the government says that Sean Combs led. They can infer that. Actions speak louder than words, because you're not going to have, an example. By the way, this is a shot of what the jury deliberation room looks like, because you're not going to have them all, evidence of them all signing a contract to engage in or agree to engage in criminal activity. Was there an inferred agreement? And this was really interesting, talking about the 8 underlying predicate crimes that the government has to prove at least 2 within a 10-year time frame. So there's bribery, arson, forced labor, kidnapping, drug offenses. And I thought this was interesting. I want to call this out. The judge said that witnesses who were given immunity in this case, they should be examined with greater care than ordinary witnesses. We know that there were a number of witnesses who testified under immunity. That witnesses who were permitted to testify under pseudonyms, for example, Mia, for example, Jane, that bears on your evaluation of their credibility. That the defendant had no responsibility to testify. You can't attach any significance to that. In other words, because Sean Combs chose not to testify, you can't use that against him. This was interesting as well. Voluntary intoxication may actually negate the intent requirement of the RICO predicates. We'll talk about what that means. Uncalled witnesses. For example, Christina Coram, whose name came up, I don't know, every single day with almost every single witness. These people who were mentioned but never called as witnesses, each side could have called them. That's what the judge said. Don't speculate or consider this. And then finally, when they were sent back to deliberate, the judge said, the schedule is your own. You're going to be provided meals. They've begun their deliberations. And if they want to continue past 5 p.m., they may be able to do so. We're going to keep a very careful eye out and ear out if we get any juror questions or what's going to happen. But right now, I want to take your questions. So I am joined right now by celebrity criminal defense attorney from McMonagle, Perry, McGeough, Meshach, and Davis. Brian McMonagle is with us. We're also joined by criminal defense attorney Mauricio Padilla and Law&Crime's very own host of Scandal outside of the federal courthouse right now, Sierra Gillespie. It's great to have you all here. I said all-star panel. I wasn't lying. Sierra, I'm going to start with you because we got a super chat question from Diana YX3GU. Thank you so much for the super chat question. Does the jury return home at the end of the day, or are they sequestered in a hotel? What do we know, Sierra?
This is a really great question, because especially when it comes to a trial like this where so much is on the line, huge stakes for P. Diddy. I mean, if he's convicted, he could spend the rest of his life behind bars in prison. So we want to make sure the jury is paramount. So that is a question. Could they be sequestered? Will they, won't they? And the answer is they will not be. They were not. So every night after, whatever happened in the courthouse behind me, they listened to all the testimony, went through the evidence, wrote in their notebooks, and then got on the subway, took a train or an Uber, walked home wherever they went, and that was their night. So over the weekend, this is something I've been thinking a lot about, Jesse. Over the weekend, after we heard closings from both sides and the rebuttal, they went back home to wherever they're going. So to me, I'm thinking it's got to be going through their minds, right? They're going to be thinking about what they heard on Friday, and really throughout the entire case so far. I'm sure it's kind of been in their minds as they're leading into deliberation. And as it continues, by the way, they'll still go home tonight once everything's finished. If we're still deliberating tomorrow, or they're still deliberating tomorrow, I should say, they'll go home. No need to stay in a hotel or be sequestered.
Yeah, if I had to take a guess, unless they were close to a verdict today, I think they're going to want to go home by 5 o'clock. I don't believe that we're coming back with a verdict today. I think this case is so complicated. They have so much material to go through. I think this is going to take several days. Maybe we'll put up a poll. Maybe we have a poll up about how long we think the jury deliberation process is going to take. Let me bring back in Brian and Mauricio. Brian, you ready for this? We got a question from @Leon the Spesh One. I don't blame Leon the Spesh One asking this, but what's RICO? What's RICO, Brian?
Well, it's a statute that's existed for decades, and it was created to really shut down organized crime, but it requires precisely that, racketeering, a racketeering enterprise, a conspiracy to commit racketeering. And you need, as is reflected in the statute itself, a criminal enterprise. So the first thing the government has to prove that there was a criminal enterprise. The second thing they have to prove that criminal enterprise engaged in at least 2 predicate acts that have been highlighted in the indictment of the many that were highlighted. And they've got to prove those acts beyond a reasonable doubt in furtherance of the conspiracy, which is the racketeering. And if the government's able to do that, then this gentleman's going to spend a long time in prison. And if they're not, as I suspect they might not, he could be acquitted of these charges. But, it's interesting because this statute long ago was created to deter organized criminal activity. And now we're seeing it in cases like this with wealthy individuals who have the money and the means by which to get together with other people and sometimes commit criminal acts. So it'll be interesting. To me, it's a very significant test case for the racketeering statute.
I agree with you. Look, the prosecution's narrative is he had these assistants, he had these bodyguards, they knew exactly what was going on. They knew exactly what was happening behind closed doors. They helped set up the sexual events. They helped clean them up. They were instrumental in the kidnapping. They were instrumental in forced labor. They were instrumental in drug distribution. They were instrumental in bribery. He couldn't have done it alone. Defense's perspective, and we heard it from the defense's closing argument with Mark Agnifilo, who did he conspire with? You didn't hear one person talk about a criminal enterprise, say they were part of a criminal enterprise. Christina Coram, that's the co-conspirator. She's not a co-conspirator. And I think it was interesting because Mark Agnifilo had said, if it was John Gotti and Sammy the Bull was the co-conspirator, you think people are calling Sammy up for help? I mean, because the idea was that the alleged victims were calling Christina Coram up for help. So it raised kind of an interesting question there. Mauricio, I go to you. We got a question from LaRob Show 6300. Question is he cooked on the Mann Act charge, so that's transportation to engage in prostitution, or does he have a shot? And overall, what's your gut feeling on the rest of the charges? More likely conviction or acquittal?
I'm thinking more likely conviction when it comes to the Mann Act of transporting, persons for the sake of prostitution. I don't know. I think they have them dead to rights. I've heard a lot of testimony about a lot of people that were directly engaged in it, and that came out through multiple witnesses. And I think it was something that he wasn't really worried about, because I don't think, and I've said this on various occasions, I don't think P. Diddy was as conscious as he should have been about the fact that a lot of the things that he was doing were illegal. So I know that there was a lot of testimony regarding airplane tickets, credit card charges, different assistants that paid for these prostitutes to fly in from other states. So I think when it comes to that particular count, and I think it's a good question, I think they got him dead to rights on that one.
Yeah, and this is not to blame the defense, because I thought they did a really good job. They don't really have much of a defense to that. I mean, they can't argue that they weren't prostitutes. That was abandoned, okay? And no, let me rephrase. That was excluded during jury instructions. It only matters if men were transported and there was a completed commercial sex act. So they can't argue that. And the idea, well, how is he supposed to know that's a crime? How is he supposed to know that's illegal? Porn stars can be paid for sex work. Feels a little bit of a stretch. Anyway, put that to the side, because again, you have the text messages, you have phone messages, you have Amex receipts. It's a problem for the defense there. Okay, Sierra, how about this? Got a question for Merlene Spies, 8354. Jesse, I've wondered about Diddy complained about the way Jane Rosenberg depicted him in drawings, the courtroom sketches. Did he have access to see the drawings? Because remember, she said he thought he looked like a koala bear, right?
Yes, that is what he said. I personally didn't see the whole koala bear thing, but I mean, you guys, we're all our own worst critics. So I'm sure that Diddy was looking at them under a finer tooth comb than you or I are looking at them. So yeah, Diddy definitely was able to see them. And I do think too, we saw some change in the style of these courtroom sketches after we heard that bit of a complaint. And I don't know, I think it just says something interesting about P. Diddy, that that's also something he was concerned about during all of this. I know that his image is obviously very important to him. He's facing some pretty serious allegations, so I don't want to necessarily say that his image is completely tarnished, because again, these are allegations and innocent until proven guilty. But we have the civil side of things too, so he's had some pretty heavy allegations weighed against him, and one of the things that's important to him is how he looks in these courtroom sketches. I think it's interesting, but hey, I go back and look at these live streams and say, oh, my hair looks terrible, or, you know, my outfit was terrible, or, you know, whatever. So I can understand it in a way that he was upset about it. But yeah, he does have access, and he did see some of the courtroom sketches.
Yeah, somebody once took my teeth and put it on an animated orange. That was frightening, to say the least. We all have been, yeah, it was that was pretty scary. I tried not to think about that, but unfortunately, I just remembered of it. Sierra, stand by. Got another question. We got all these questions coming in. Let me go to let me think about who I want to. Yeah, Brian, I'll throw you this one, and then I got a good follow up for you, Mauricio. Brian, we got this question from Antoinette Gregory from 7311. Jesse, you're fabulous, and we're going to miss you, Queen Lizzie. So kind. Everybody's been calling Elizabeth Milner Queen Elizabeth. I'll make sure to tell her that. But Brian, what is the likelihood that the government will go after Christina Coram next? As I mentioned, she's been brought up almost every single day by almost every single witness. Sean Combs, purported chief of staff, the main co-conspirator, alleged co-conspirator, not brought as a witness here, not charged. Is there a chance they will go after her?
I think there's a chance. I would be stunned. I mean, if they were going to make that move, they should have made that move a long time ago. And I think a lot is going to depend on this verdict. You know, if they swing and miss on RICO and they swing and miss on sex trafficking here, the last thing in the world they're going to do is bring another prosecution. So I would doubt it for sure. And I would be surprised if they did bring such a prosecution. But clearly, any decisions along those lines are going to be predicated on how they do here. And I think this is going to be a challenge for them to get this RICO conviction.
Let me just follow up, Brian. You know, I mentioned in the jury instructions how they said, the judge said to the jurors, if there were uncalled witnesses, each side could have called them. Don't take anything from that. You know, don't use that in your deliberation process. You think they're actually going to follow that?
Well, you know, they do that for a reason, so nobody can curry favor with the jury in saying, well, they didn't call so-and-so, and they have the burden of proof, and they didn't call so-and-so. I don't know that that's really going to matter at the end of the day to this jury. This case is going to rise and fall on the issue of coercion. You know, as we talked about in the very beginning in this case, this is a sex trafficking case that involves adults, not minors. A RICO case that involves a celebrity instead of a mafia boss. This jury is going to focus on whether or not these young women were coerced into criminal activity. They're going to look at their text messages. They're going to look at the many things the defense has exploited during the course of this trial and come to a decision as to whether or not we're really dealing with coercion in the true sense of sex trafficking. And the problem with Diddy on the flip side is some of these predicate acts are easy knockoffs for them, including the prostitution charge, including some of the intimidation charges. So it's going to be an interesting jury watch.
Yeah, I wonder, when you look at transportation to engage in prostitution, you look at bribery, you look at maybe arson, kidnapping, you could make the argument that some of these feel stronger than the others. You know, it is an interesting question, and they really have to go through each one of those, which is why I don't think you're getting a verdict in an hour, unless, of course, these jurors have already come up their mind and they're not really looking at the facts and the evidence, considering what was in front of them for 7 weeks. I hope that's not the case. There should be a significant deliberation process to really get at the heart of what's happening here. Mauricio, let me go to you. Let's go talk about it. This is from Heather Stein, 4575. How long do you think deliberations will take? Hours, days? And remember, we got the July 4th weekend coming up.
I think In almost every high-profile case that I've done, I think that the jury knows that everybody's watching. So even if they have made up their mind, I think that they make it a point to show the world that they're giving it the importance that it deserves. So I would, I'm saying minimum a couple of days, because there's been so much evidence that they're just not going to want to go in there, take a vote, and then say, okay, we're going to convict them. I will be shocked if they do that.
Well,
so I think at least a couple of days.
Before, you think do you think they're going to hold off and not come with a verdict until after July 4th? They're like, we got to get out of here. We got to go home.
So we have today, tomorrow.
Today, tomorrow,
right?
and the next day, and then Thursday, right? Yeah, Thursday, I think.
Yeah, no, I think that they could come back before the July 4th. At the end of the day, listen, it's a long trial, but they've been sitting through it, so they don't have to regurgitate piece by piece every piece of evidence. But in my experience, even the ones that you think are slam dunks, when the media is involved, and especially at this level, I mean, this is as high profile as you can get. Everybody's watching, and the jurors really want to show the world that they've really done their work, and they're taking the case seriously. So, could it be before the 4th? Maybe, but I definitely think that they're going to take a couple days.
Okay. All right. We have Queen Elizabeth with us. We have Elizabeth Milner, who is inside that courtroom. She is with us, everybody. Fan favorite. Elizabeth, great to see you. Thanks so much for coming on. So I'm going to get right into it. We got questions coming in for you. This is from RSS 9965. What will Elizabeth Milner do the rest of the day while the jury deliberates? Will she remain in court in case jury has jury questions?
Yep, well, I will definitely be back inside that courtroom again once, I do my hit with you, Jesse, once I chat with you guys and say hello. But my plan is to go get some food, go upstairs, see what's going on up there. But I have a book with me just in case, because I know it's going to be a long deliberation and I don't expect them to come back with a verdict anytime soon. But we'll see. You never know.
All right. Well, I'm sure we're going to get questions about what the book is, but I'll allow our viewers to ask. Okay, Elizabeth, RSS 9965. Has Elizabeth made any press court observer friends? If yes, can she bring them on as guests during our next break?
Oh my God, I should go find them. I feel like they're all kind of scattered around here a little bit. Some of them are probably doing their own live hits. Some of them are probably still inside the courtroom right now, just kind of waiting to see what's about to happen. What we do know is that, and I'm pretty sure you probably already reported on this, Jesse, is that they've finally and officially selected a 4-person. So that's probably the biggest news that we've come out since the jury's gone back to that room to start their deliberations. But I'd love to bring on some of the friends. Like, we should bring in like all 21 of us and have just one big giant like live shot and conversation. But if I can find someone, I might bring them on. Who knows? Just stick around and stay tuned.
If you try to get 21 people onto this live shot, our control room's going to have a heart attack. So I'm going to probably advise against. Yeah, they're going to have a heart attack. So I'm going to advise against that. Let me ask you this. Jury instructions can be rather bland. I think they are so important in this kind of case. Was there anything that stood out to you today about them? I think the judge even said, I'm going to try to make it a little interesting for you. Was it interesting? Was there anything that stood out to you? Maybe it was about the racketeering charge. Maybe it was about sex trafficking. As I mentioned before, I thought it was interesting, how to weigh witnesses who testified under a pseudonym, witnesses who testified under an immunity agreement. What stood out to you?
Yeah, well, definitely the judge was like, oh, well, I'm going to try to make this interesting, but no offense to the judge at all. It wasn't as interesting as I think he probably wanted to make it for the jury, but he did do it in a pretty quick speed to the point where I was like, oh, this is it. And then they're done. Then they went back to deliberate. But I think some of the points that kind of stood out to me was, one, that these jurors have to be impartial. Two, I think another thing that stood out was just the indictment versus how important the indictment is to the actual jury deliberation, in that you shouldn't be taking the indictment as just the word and that's just the say so and that's how things go. I think also the jury, because we discussed this earlier, Jesse, about whether or not will the jury have in their mind that the defense didn't put up any witnesses, that the defendant didn't testify in his own defense. But the judge, according to his instructions, said you can't take that into accountability take that into account, I should say, only because the burden of proof is all on the government. The burden of proof is all on the prosecution, and they are the ones who have to prove their case. Because, and despite what a lot of people may want to assume, is that Sean Combs is not guilty, he's innocent until proven guilty. And so I think a lot of people, especially the jurors, have to keep in mind that, they may have had thoughts in their head, but until they all have that discussion over over at that table. I think it's a round table too, in that quiet room, in the courtroom, for that matter. I think that they all have to kind of really talk through everything. That just because we outside in the press who have been covering this case since the start may have our opinions about things, but it's up to these 12 jurors, these 4 women and these 8 men, to decide what is the fate of Sean Diddy Combs, and it's up to them to be making that decision.
Yeah, again, we are in verdict watch right now. They just went back to deliberate. If there is a court update, if there's anything that happens, we will bring it to you live in real time. Elizabeth, before you have to jump back in, you got a bunch of compliments. Poison Ivy 3, Elizabeth's hair is popping. We got Smarty Pants 1225, super chat comment. Thank you so much. Queen Lizzie, your hair looks glorious today. Everybody loving your hair.
Thank you.
And then Splunks.
Thank you.
Yeah, and then Splunk's mama asks, Elizabeth, what are you currently reading?
Oh, that's a good one. And don't judge me, everyone who is watching this live stream. I'm reading Wicked. Why? Because I'm so excited for Wicked Part 2 to come out. And I was like, let me just read the entire book. And I know it's a lot different from the movie, but I was so excited. So that is my book of choice to be reading while the jury deliberates in this case.
And I'll tell you what, I don't blame you for reading something completely off topic from what you've been covering, because you, like the jurors, have been inundated with a lot of disturbing information and evidence over the last 7 weeks. So to get your mind off of it, I don't blame you at all. Elizabeth Milner, great to see you. Thank you so much. We're going to have you back on later. I think you and I are also going to be doing, by the way, Elizabeth and I did a sidebar today, like 8 in the morning, about the highlights from the prosecution and defense's closing argument. We're going to try to get that up immediately, because you have to imagine that's what the jury is going to be considering. So I hope everybody can check that out. And Elizabeth and I are also going to be doing a sidebar recap at the end of the day as well. Elizabeth, thank you so much.
Awesome. Thanks, Jesse.
You got it. Okay, let me go back to the questions. Brian, we got a super chat question from Celtic Girl, I think Celtic Girl, but GH, spelled girl with GH. Celtic Girl Kaz, thank you so much. Will the jury take a vote straight away to give them an idea of where they are at?
Not necessarily. I mean, it's been my experience that what they'll do is they'll kind of start with the first count, because that count is first in the indictment. But they may find very early on that they don't have unanimity on anything. And they may then jump to the third count and say to themselves, well, you know what? We all seem to be agreement here. Let's start here. Let's look at the easy stuff before we get to the more complex stuff, and see if they could find a unanimous verdict on the third count. Jurors do what jurors want to do in that deliberation room. And, we talked a lot about how long it's going to take for them to deliberate, when they'll come back with a verdict. We don't know if this jury is going to be splintered. We don't know right now if of these, 8 men and 4 women, or if I think I have that right, where they stand, and if there's going to be an impasse on one count or multiple counts. But where they begin, they usually start with the indictment, and they usually will track the indictment because they're going to have a copy of it back there with them. And what ops they hit along the way might dictate how they pivot and then look on to different charges.
And I wonder if they'll start with racketeering, or they'll start with sex trafficking, or maybe they'll start with transportation to engage in prostitution, which again seems to be like the more streamlined, more simplified charge to potentially convict Sean Combs on. And that's not advocating for him to be found guilty. That's just, in my legal opinion, feels like the strongest case for the prosecution. Let me go to you, Mauricio.
Jesse, what's interesting about that, I wanted to add was, let's assume that this jury only convicted him of that third count.
Yeah.
Under federal sentencing guidelines, he's only exposed to, believe it or not, 15 to 21 months of incarceration on that count.
Up to 10 years, though. Up to 10 years.
Yeah, but sentencing guidelines are followed by the judges routinely, and nobody gets a statutory max on any kind of a crime who's never been convicted of a crime before. So the guidelines this judge will start with for that count is only 15 to 21 months. So you talk about a victory for the defense if that were to happen. It'd be a home run. He's almost got that time in.
Yeah, because think about it like this. He's looking at potentially life in prison for racketeering conspiracy. He's looking up to minimum 15 years in prison on sex trafficking. So yeah, 100% that would be a win. Okay, Mauricio, we go to you at Stella K80 or K80. How much does a lawyer's charisma, likability, and skill with the razzle-dazzle influence the outcome of a big trial such as this? Great reporting and hi from the UK. Thank you so much for the great question, and thank you for watching abroad. So I guess, yeah, how much does a lawyer's charisma, likability, skill, razzle-dazzle, how much does it affect the jury?
I think it's everything. I think it's everything. You have to keep them entertained. You have to keep them paying attention. They have to, at some level, like you, and they have to, at some level, like your client. If you expect for all of them to acquit your client, I've said this previously. I mean, when I first started doing trial work, I would look at other attorneys, and sometimes I would be like, "Oh, that guy's too dramatic." And after doing this for 23 years, I can tell you that you can never be too dramatic. You got to use props. You got to speak loud. You got to connect one-on-one with jurors. You know, eye contact. They have to really believe in you, and they have to believe in your client if you expect for them to acquit your client. So yeah, it really is everything. And in this particular case, they had some of the best in his defense.
It's a shame, Mauricio, that you are so timid and you're so quiet, and it's a shame you don't have the razzle-dazzle, Mauricio. I mean, after speaking and knowing you for so long, I wish you had that, unfortunately. No, you are, I could see you in a courtroom. I could see the jurors gravitating towards you. It's why you're such an excellent attorney, which now, let me look at this. Look at this. We asked the question that I think it's important, because to be these jurors, not an easy task. Being on this trial for 7 weeks, now there's deliberations and everything they've seen. We asked the question, a poll, have you served as a juror on a state or federal jury? 14% said yes, 86% say no. Yeah, not a lot of people. Okay, Brian, I have to ask you, this is my question. Voluntary intoxication, negating elements or negating criminal intent for the predicates, the 8 underlying predicate crimes. Can you explain that to me? How does that exactly work?
Well, I'd really like to see that definition, because that was interesting to me when you said it. But certainly if someone chooses to voluntarily take drugs or alcohol, it could negate, in many instances, the ability for them to complain of coercion, to complain that they were victimized. If it's a co-conspirator in the case, and that individual is intoxicating themselves, they have a hard time arguing that they were in league with or conspiring with somebody because they aren't in the right frame of mind to have done so and shared that, what we call that specific intent, or that intent to commit the crime. But I was interested I'd be more interested to see what that related to and which particular count. Because
let me throw something out, what it might be.
Yeah.
A big theme is for sex trafficking, did he know that they didn't consent? Okay, that's the allegation, right? They didn't consent. And the idea would be, how was he supposed to know? Maybe he didn't know. I don't know if that makes sense. Would that make sense to you, Brian? Like, he didn't know because of the state that he was in?
With sex trafficking, how do you posture that? I mean, you've got everybody admitting that they're taking drugs, everybody admitting that in the beginning, at least, of these freak-offs, they were willing to do so. So I think what the judge is basically instructing this jury to do is to look carefully at the issue of intoxication, because you're not going to be able to complain in one instance that you're a victim and that you've been victimized. When you voluntarily engaged in criminal activity or freak-offs that are, sexual activity, and because you voluntarily intoxicated yourself, you now say, well, I don't know if I had the ability to consent. That doesn't really fly. I think the best thing the defense has going for them is that each and every one of these women admitted under oath, which you never get in a racketeering conspiracy, that they voluntarily engaged in the activity to begin with, that they consented to it to begin with. And then ultimately they would testify that they got to a point where they didn't want to do it anymore, and they became coerced at that point. I think that's what the judge is striking at, and I think that's a problem for the prosecution for each of these witnesses.
See, the other way of looking at it is it makes them more credible, right? If they were really going after Diddy, they would just say the worst stuff. We never consented to any of this. I mean, the way to say it is, and this is what the prosecution, in their closing argument, we're not saying every event was sex trafficking. We're not saying every event even meets the threshold of sex trafficking. They could consent to 1 time to 2 times, but it doesn't mean they consent overall. Now the defense, or consent to everything. Now the defense said, let me get this straight. So they consent to 75 freak-offs. On the 76, that jumps to sex trafficking. Is that a big jump? Again, it's a gray area. Mauricio, we got super chat questions coming in. This is from Myra2813. Myra2813, thank you so much. Do you think the government will try him again if there is a hung jury or a mistrial?
Wow, that's a great question. Usually in my experience, when they get hung juries on high-profile cases, they immediately, alert everybody, including the press, that they intend to retry the case. I can't think of an exception in my career or in my memory of high-profile cases. But this one, if they get a hung jury, I think that they're going to have to really have discussions on, number one, do you want to incur the expense? At the end of the day, this has cost millions and millions of dollars for the government to pursue this case. And, legal experts, people that we have on our panel, people that know about the law, question the decision on whether or not this was, like Brad Cohen says, a state case on steroids, and it never belonged in federal court to start off with. So I think this is going to be a one of those special cases where if they do get a hung jury, they're really going to have to sit down and think about whether they want to, put everybody through this again.
Well, let me follow that up with you, Mauricio, because it matters what they might be hung on, right? Because KC 7480 says, can the jury find him guilty on some charges and hung on the other? Then would he be back in court on only those charges? So, Mauricio, I guess it becomes a question, right? If they find him guilty on transportation to engage in prostitution, but they're hung on racketeering or they're hung on sex trafficking, and it matters the split. Let's say there was 1 or 2 holdouts and everybody else was voting in favor of guilty. I mean, they could find that information out. I think that would influence their decision whether they retry him. No, Mauricio?
Yeah, I think so. But I think if they convict them on one thing, that's going to be more of a motivation for them not to put everybody through this again. You know what I mean? The prosecution could chalk it up to a win. No, we got him on something. But this is a very, very particular case of people's careers are going to be on the line. I'm not talking about the people that are in the courtroom, but the people that really motivated this case to be brought in federal court. They're going to have a decision to make if they do hang them on any one of these counts.
Okay.
Let's not forget that we've got a new Department of Justice right now. Yeah. And the decisions are going to be made by DOJ, and we have a new Attorney General. And I'm not so sure that politics won't move into play here if there's a hung jury.
You make a good point, because there's all this conversation about whether or not if he's convicted would he get a federal pardon from the president. Let me throw this to you, Brian. This is from Titan Guy 8308. It's a super chat question. Thank you so much. If found not guilty, will Diddy get his oils, his drugs, his guns, and videos back?
He absolutely is entitled to get back everything that he legally possessed. And I assume he legally possessed possessed all of those items. So anything that he legally possessed, technically he must have returned to him. I'm not so sure he'll be suffering the embarrassment of asking for it all back, but he just might. I don't know. I hope he doesn't need it anymore.
Here's your carton of
baby
oil.
He will. Yeah. He's not going to stop the freak-offs. If he gets not guilty, immediate freak-off.
Well, remember, let me bring in Sierra Gillespie on this. Because Sierra, when he was arrested, he had evidence of freak-offs in the hotel room, right? He had materials with him when he was arrested in September of 2024.
Yes, you're right. I had to laugh at what Mauricio was saying, that if he is acquitted, immediate freak off. I mean, maybe. Who's to say anything is possible? We've been talking about how any sort of verdict could come and we'd be shocked, but also not shocked because anything is possible. And yeah, it does seem, based on testimony, based on the evidence we've seen, or jurors rather have seen, that there is video documentation of these freak-offs, that he liked to watch it or at least have it in his possession, which, yes, at the time of his arrest, September 2024, almost a year ago at this point, yes, that's what he has with him. interesting choice, but a lot of the choices that he has are pretty interesting in general. So I don't know. If he's acquitted, maybe he goes out and gets some more baby oil and lube. I don't know.
Well, I don't think he's becoming a sponsor for Johnson & Johnson anytime soon. But I'll tell you this much, Sierra.
We don't know.
Look, the time frame matters, right? When you're talking about these crimes, they have to say it went past 2019. They have to say it continued basically up until his arrest. That helps their case. So the fact that when he was arrested, he has evidence purportedly of these, and if we're treating freak-offs or Wild King nights as crimes, that helps the prosecution. Okay, we got this question from LaRob Show 6300, Sierra. What time did the jurors wrap up today? Is there a chance the judge lets them deliberate into the evening if they want, or is there a strict cutoff for the day?
This is a really good question because it varies depending on case, right? I know a lot of our viewers here have probably watched many a trial here on Law and Crime, and it varies depending on the judge or the state. Now we're in federal court, and the answer is, I don't know when we're going to be done for today, okay? So it's really going to be up to the jurors. If they, are really close to something and they feel like they want to wrap it up at 5, okay, they can, or rather if they want to keep going, it's up to them and their discretion. So it's kind of TBD right now how long we're going to be here today. I mean, I'll tell you, we're going to be here. Elizabeth is in the courtroom now. I'm going to be outside until we get the okay, they're done for the night. But it's really up to the jurors at this point. It's in their hands in so many ways.
Oh, absolutely. And let me throw a super chat to you because we're hogging all the super chats. Sierra gets a super chat too. Don't think we're leaving you out of super chats. Got a super chat from Melanie Fox, 4314. Thank you so much. Sierra, what's your prediction for the verdict?
I mean, this is difficult. I wish I had a magic 8-ball for nostalgia reasons and because I would like to know. Although, to be fair, would a magic 8-ball tell me the answer? I'm not entirely sure. My guess is a mixed verdict. I think that that's most likely. I do think that there is enough evidence for a conviction in some way. Again, we've talked about this. I wouldn't be surprised whatever happens, but I think overall the strongest one has got to be transportation to engage in prostitution. That's what I would have said prior to closings. I do still think it's pretty strong. However, after closings, I think RICO might have been clinched too. So it might be all of them, but I'm going to say mixed just to be safe.
I've said it time and time and again, the closing arguments in this case, I think the whole trial is built around them. I think this was a complicated case. Both sides needed to lay out in a very digestible way whether or not this was RICO, whether or not it wasn't, whether or not they met the elements or they didn't. And I think both sides did a really strong job. The transportation to engage in prostitution, I mean, if I had to side, I think the prosecution nailed it there. But you got up in the bag with sex trafficking and racketeering. By the way, I want to let everybody know something. We have incredible viewers. We have incredible questions. And I want to let you know that right now, we're announcing this. We have the #1 live stream on YouTube right now for the Diddy Verdict Watch. That's right. So this is amazing. This is all due to you guys. Please stay with us for the remainder of the day as we continue our coverage. We're going to do this all day. We're going to do this through the verdict. We're going to do this for the rest of the week as we are in Verdict Watch. We really make this show, we produce all of this content for you guys. This is all for you. Thank you so much. And this is one of the rare platforms where we can engage with you, get your feedback, figure out what the questions are, try to analyze the law, try to analyze what's happening in real time, because sometimes it gets complicated and we don't talk about it in a 5-minute bite. We have the opportunity in a 2-hour show in blocks, we're going to be doing it all day, to really get into this and really get into the law. So thank you so much for your continued watching, your continued support. We're going to keep it going. Okay, let me bring it back in, Mauricio and Brian. We have a question here, a super chat question. For Mauricio, Professor Elm 13, thank you so much. Could the evidence in this case be used to indict other freak-off participants who don't have immunity, i.e. other celebrities? What could the charges be? Now, to be clear, I didn't hear anything about other celebrities being a part of freak-offs or Wild King nights, but, you talk about the potential sex workers or the purported sex workers. You tell me, could the evidence in this case be used to indict other people?
The answer is yes. The fact that they used the evidence in this case doesn't preclude them in the future from using that evidence to, to charge somebody else. I don't think that that's going to happen. I think that they've they've really put themselves out there and even charging this case at the way that they did. And I don't think that, you know, whatever happens in this case, whether they convict them or not, I don't think that the prosecutor's office there in New York is going to want to continue with this. I don't see them charging, no matter who the celebrity is. I don't think that they're going to want to be involved in this type of case after this trial. So I don't see that happening. But legally, yeah, they can. The fact that you use evidence in a trial does not preclude the prosecution from using it in future cases against different people.
Brian McMonagle, let's make something very clear. This is from Joshua White, 3661. Super chat question. Thank you so much. Nothing is illegal about having a freak off, right?
Correct.
Well, if you use prostitutes, I guess.
Well, you didn't say that. Yeah. I mean, having a freak off isn't illegal. You want to pay for a prostitute, prostitution is illegal. You want to transport prostitutes across state lines or people across state lines to have sex, that's illegal. So freak offs, you can have them every day, all day. It's just, you got to make sure that in putting it together, for those that have interest in it, you don't violate any state or federal laws in doing so.
Yeah, if force, fraud, coercion was used, that's the issue. And you know, Mauricio, it really is interesting because the prosecution, I think the strongest part they had in their closing argument was saying what I mentioned before. You might say all these episodes, a lot of these episodes were consensual, a lot of them don't meet the requirements of sex trafficking, but I'm going to give you specific examples from Cassie and Jane where it was sex trafficking. So where they talk about Cassie, the 2016 incident, right? The hotel tape. The idea that there was a freak off happening or she had left a freak off and it wasn't maybe completed, but she was leaving. She's beaten by Sean Combs, dragged in the back in the direction of that room where there was a sex worker, checks off a number of the requirements of sex trafficking. Another example, she's sitting next to him on a plane. He purportedly shows her these sex tapes, threatens to release them. So you have a travel component, you have a threat component. They land. He demands a freak off. He gets a freak off. Those are two concrete examples. With Jane, there's an example, aside from the allegations that she was forced to do this when she was sick or exhausted. There was a violent episode she talked about, June 2024, beaten. He says, take this bleeping pill. You better go back out there. All the text messages from Jane where she is expressing reluctance to not engage in these hotel nights, particularly after Cassie filed her lawsuit. The jury, do you think the jury is going to weed out and say, you know what, I think there was a lot that they consented to, but it doesn't mean they consented to everything. And maybe even though Mark Agnifilo says, oh my gosh, you're going to make the jump from consensual to sex trafficking, maybe they will make that jump. What do you think?
Just like someone can say, you know, can make the jump that, you know, a woman consented in the beginning of sexual intercourse, and then at some point she negated the consent, and whether it was rape or not. So the fact that you can withdraw your consent, and especially the video, the violent attack, at the end of the day, if you believe that P. Diddy did the things that the government is accusing him of, the multiple day interrogation, the firebombing the car, he's acting like a criminal. And even though this RICO may be WICO, it doesn't mean that even if they have a problem with the law, it doesn't mean that they've satisfied the elements of the law and that he may be guilty of sex trafficking and of RICO.
Did you just say WICO? Because if you did,
yeah.
Do we not coin that somewhere? We got a trademark attorney on set?
Maybe WICO.
You
know
what?
It can still stick.
You know what, Mauricio?
Still stick.
You know what, Mauricio? We got this comment from Maylink P1. Mauricio brings the heat. Is Mauricio from Miami?
Yes, from Miami.
See, people know.
Born and raised in the county of Dade.
There you go. All right, Brian. This is a great question from Nest Dog, who's been a frequent contributor with questions during our live streams. Actually, a lot of our viewers have been as well. And let me couple that with another question from Smarty Pants 1225. Thank you so much for the super chat question, Smarty Pants 1225. So I'm going to throw two questions to you. They're very similar. Smarty Pants 1225 asks, is it likely RICO and the Mann Act will get revised after this case? You had mentioned it before about what these statutes were traditionally designed for, Brian. Brian, I'm going to throw this one to you. This is what they were originally designed for. Let's start there. And then the next question I have is, about racketeering. So let me put Nest Dog's question to the side for a second. Brian, let's stick with this. Smarty Pants 1225, is it likely RICO and the Mann Act will get revised after this case?
I don't think so. I mean, revising a statute involves, cooperation within our government to change the statute. Every single challenge to the constitutionality of the RICO statute has been struck down by the Supreme Court. I'm not aware of any opinions that are up there that would challenge it. If there's a conviction here, they could challenge the use of the racketeering statute and take it all the way to the Supreme Court. But getting legislation like this, a federal statute changed isn't easy. And I don't think one case will do it. And I don't think this would be the case for them to do it.
Let me just go to one more question for you, Brian. This is from Nest Dog, and then we'll hit a break. I believe they got him on prostitution, drugs, and bribery. Isn't that technically RICO?
Yeah, but you gotta prove the criminal enterprise, and you gotta prove with unanimity those predicate acts. And so, yeah, I mean, I think you've both said it, and I don't disagree with you. If you looked at the definitions themselves and only focused on the definitions, they could check both those boxes and convict him of racketeering in a minute. I just wonder, with all of the consent issues in the case, if they don't just take the easy way out, clip him, on the Mann Act violations, and call it a day. You've got to get a unanimous verdict, and you got to get all 12 people to agree on every predicate act and then on the racketeering enterprise as well. Not easy to do. Although, I will tell you, in racketeering cases, they got about a 90% conviction rate across the country. So they do it.
This case could be an outlier. This case could be different. You said it before, so it's interesting to think about. I'll tell you what, we're going to hit a break. We are officially in verdict watch in the Sean Diddy Combs federal sex crimes case. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back. We have a verdict watch clock that we're going to be putting up as well. We'll see how long the jurors are going to be deliberating for. Do you think they're going to come back today or not? We'll talk about it. We'll take more of your questions on the other side. Stay with us.
All right, welcome back to our extended coverage of the Sean Diddy Combs federal trial out in New York City. I'm Jesse Weber. We have just gotten an update from court as the jury is officially in deliberations. We are in verdict watch. I want to bring back on Law&Crime Sierra Gillespie outside the federal courthouse. Sierra, my understanding is we just got an update from the jury. What's going on?
Yeah, Jesse, this is our first big update about 2 hours into deliberations, and it sounds like the jurors have a question. So we don't know exactly everything yet. I'm sure that will be coming momentarily, but here's what we do know. It was a note written on a lined sheet of paper. About 1/3 of the piece of paper was taken up with this writing, whatever the question is. So first it's handed over to the prosecution. They take a look, assess it, hand it over to the defense, specifically Mark Agnifilo, lead attorney for the defense. He takes a look, and then Judge Arun Subramanian is coming back in. So soon we will know what was on that little note or the question. But as of now, it sounds like both sides know what's going on.
Yeah, and typically for viewers who don't know this, you and I have covered trials, it's not unusual for jurors to have questions at the start of deliberations, right?
Oh, absolutely not. I mean, think about it. If this is their first time that they're going into the deliberation room as a juror, I mean, I've never served on jury duty. I might have a leg up because I work at Law&Crime. But for most of these people, they've never done it in their lives. So it's natural that they're in there and they're like, wait, are we doing this right? Wait, do you know what to do? And I'm sure they had a question. Someone had a question. And they kind of talked it out. And they're like, you know what? Let's play it on the safe side because they're taking their job seriously. Let's play it on the safe side, ask this question, and get the correct response. So I think that's showing that the jury is doing their job and really considering things.
By the way, I want to throw a super chat question to you. By the way, we're taking questions as they come in from our viewers, including super chat questions. So as soon as we get an update on what this jury note is, we'll talk about it. But we got a super chat question from @1983made. Thank you so much. Tupac case has been quiet. Is it possible Puff gets extradited after this verdict? I think it's more to come. Just to be clear, Sierra, there's nothing that's come up about Tupac or Biggie during the course of this case, but people have discussed it in the last 2 years or year and a half since Diddy's legal troubles began.
Yes, let's start with that right at the top, that nothing has been discussed as far as all of this in court. I think that's really important to note. And also, really quickly, I'm here because I host our show called Scandal. We also have a channel where we discuss things like this all of the time. Anything celebrity, we're covering Diddy, we're covering things like this with Tupac and Biggie. So subscribe if you're interested in stuff like that, because I know I am. Is it possible, our super chatter asks, is it possible if after this P. Diddy is extradited? Yes, again, anything is possible. I don't necessarily see it because I haven't seen any sort of criminal filings in relation to all of this. These are all just rumors at this point, and I don't know how much weight we can give to them. So yes, anything is possible, but I don't know if that's leaning more toward probable.
Okay, well, I'll tell you what. Right now, what we're going to do is we are going to wait till we get an update in court. As soon as Judge Arun Subramanian comes in and reads the note, we'll let you know in real time. Sierra's going to let us know in real time. Want to bring back in Mauricio Padilla. Want to bring back in Brian McMonagle. We have more super chat questions coming in. Brian, I'll start with you. This is from Katie Kindle 3491. So if he walks, meaning if he's acquitted, are the freak-offs just rebranded as misunderstood networking events?
I don't know how they're going to be rebranded or if they're going to be rebranded. I think the real interesting question is if he's acquitted, how he reimagines his life and how he rebrands if he chooses to rebrand. He's got a lot of work to do in terms of bringing his public image back into play in a productive way. And my guess is he'll at least for a short period of time, to the extent that his urges allow him, try to stay away from the free calls for a while, because certainly there would be the fear that you could have subsequent prosecutions and witnesses wearing body wires and things like that should they remain closed. So I'm guessing it's not going to be business as usual for him for at least a little while.
You know, it's interesting. There was testimony presented during the course of this trial that as soon as he figured out he might be in trouble, or at least after the lawsuit from Cassie, he started moving or allegedly moving the freak-offs, the Wild King Nights, away from hotels
and into his home, right? And I think that that's significant for the prosecution because it goes to the idea of what we talked about in the law, consciousness of guilt. If he knew that he was getting in trouble for this, don't have it in public places like this. Interesting super chat questions came in for you, Mauricio. One is from Joshua White, 3661. Off topic, I know, but Mauricio, can you tell us the artists responsible for your amazing background? So that's question number one. We'll talk about that. And two, this is a question from Katie Kindle, 3491. Where is Christina Quorum? Is she alive?
Okay, this art is from a Puerto Rican artist by the name of Sobrino. He does a lot of abstract work, and I'm very glad to have it. And what was the second question was about?
Where is Christina Quorum? Is she alive? There's no reason to believe something's wrong with her, something happened to her. I mean, it was relatively recent that through her representative, she made a statement because she was named or mentioned in a civil lawsuit, and she had been quiet up until this point, even though she had been mentioned before, and denied all allegations. Just because she wasn't called to the stand by either the prosecution or the defense doesn't necessarily mean there's something nefarious going on or something might be wrong with her.
Right, and I've spoken about this previously where, I mean, in my opinion, it could be one of two things. Either they used her for inside information where she shone, light where the government needed information, and she was a pivotal person that assisted the prosecution in finding out the scheme, an insider in P. Diddy's world, and then they didn't want her to testify because she had her own negativity that they felt that the criminal defense attorneys were going to exploit on the stand, or she was going to testify and they had prepped her and then she got cold feet. So, and the reason I say that is because if it's the latter, if she got cold feet and they were depending on her to really solidify some of these counts, the federal government is going to be very upset that she left them hanging. So, I don't know whether she's alive or dead, but when it comes to the prosecution using her, that was a decision that they made, and that's, I don't know if I'm oversimplifying it, but I see it one of two ways.
Let me go to you, Brian. This is from @SeanParis 5421. What happens to his companies if he's convicted?
I mean, that's an interesting question. I mean, I didn't see in the forfeiture allegations that sometimes attend these indictments whether or not they're going to be able to seize various properties or assets. But there would have to be a forfeiture order in order for them to move on to any of those properties. So if the government had the intention of trying to take properties, corporations, assets of corporations, they would have had to charge it, and they would have to get a verdict on those counts. So I'm not so sure anything happens to them. They may just be left in place. I mean, if they're legitimate business enterprises, then there's nothing the government can do with them.
We put up a poll. Does the jury's ability to stay late for deliberations increase the chances of a thorough verdict? 60% of those polled say yes, more time equals better decisions. 40% say no, longer hours leads to fatigue. What's your opinion on it, Mauricio?
I mean, when we're talking about whether or not it causes fatigue, these jurors have been through a lot. They've been through weeks and weeks of showing up to court. So the fatigue associated with let's stay a little late, I mean, I don't think that that's the type of fatigue that's going to affect their decision making. But, there's situations where, a juror could have, issues with their blood sugar, or you can have jurors that are a little older than others, or, so it really depends on the makeup of your jury. But considering what they've been through as a jury, for all these weeks, I don't think, keeping them late 1 day, 2 days, 3 days is something that's going to cause the type of fatigue that would affect their decision making.
Brian, you disagree?
I don't disagree, but I'll tell you, I'll share with you in the one Cosby trial that I was involved in, the first one, our judge worked that jury all day and late into the night for 5 days. The trial lasted 5 days. The deliberations lasted 5 days before they deadlocked, and they were working till 8 o'clock at night. And I don't know how tired the jurors were, but I remember I was tired as hell. So I think this judge, and most federal judges, at least today, they believe in a work day. And I think they'll let the jurors work a work day. And these people have responsibilities at home. As Mauricio says, there may be health issues. But a good 8-hour day is good enough. They'll come back, there's no time limit. They could deliberate for, a month if they had to. So most judges are of a mind today not to work them too long, too hard, because it is normally counterproductive.
Brian, let me throw another question to you. This is from Always Something 69. If Diddy did a private deal with the feds, will we ever find out? Example, give up high-profile names for lesser charges or years behind bars. I mean, there was talk about a potential plea deal before the trial began. Would we ever find that out? Would we ever find that out?
Well, you already have found it out. I mean, if he had cut such a deal, he wouldn't have gone to trial. He wouldn't have finished the trial. They wouldn't be deliberating right now. I'm sure there was a deal in place. I'm sure they offered him the opportunity to cooperate against other people should he have such information. And he didn't have it or just, decided not to do it. But I don't think that exists. Now, you do have situations, and I don't think it'll happen here, that sometimes people decide to cooperate after they're convicted, but before they're sentenced. So stay tuned.
Let me ask you this. Go to you, Mauricio. It's a question I have. I've been asked it since last week. Was it a mistake for Diddy's defense to not really put on a case? They put in a few exhibits, a few text messages that obviously make this whole issue of consent, willing participants, sex trafficking, a little more grayer, right? The idea of what were the messages from Cassie and Jane? Were they encouraging the freak-offs? Were they expressing their love for Sean Combs? Besides putting those in, they didn't call any witnesses, right? They could have called an expert witness to rebut the testimony of the prosecution's own forensic psychologist. They could have called in the head of HR for Sean Combs Enterprises to basically talk about, I don't know, maybe what the job description was of the assistants and the bodyguards. Was it a criminal enterprise or not? They didn't. Sean Combs chose not to take the stand. I am of the opinion, I don't think the jury's going to look at that in a negative light. I think they're basically going to say, yeah, they didn't have to put on a case. They did a thorough job cross-examining the state's key witnesses and presenting problematic text messages and social media posts. They didn't have to put on a case. But where do you think? You think the jury's going to use it against them?
Well, listen, the juries can always use that against you. They're not supposed to, but there's certain cases, cases that involve children, or a jury's going to want to hear you say, "I didn't touch that kid," and that's something that I've had to deal with in my own career. So there are situations where a jury is going to expect you to take the stand. Regardless of what the law says, jurors are people at the end of the day, and they make decisions based on their gut and on their hearts. So a lot of times they want to hear it. Now, whether it was a mistake, I mean, P. Diddy's defense team is as good as it gets. Mark and the people that he's got around him, they're as good as it gets. And I have a feeling that if they didn't put up a case, it's because they couldn't put up a case that was going to be, criticized immediately by everybody, including the press, as being extremely thin. So if you don't have witnesses, if you don't have a defense that's really worth it, do you want to go up there and, put up a defense that's, hyphenated at best, and then have people criticize that? Because then, when you don't put up a defense, you could, point to the prosecution and say, I don't have anything to do here. I don't really have a role except to defend my client. The prosecution was the one that was supposed to prove their case, and they failed to do so. So, I don't think that it may have been a mistake. Only they would know, because we don't know who they have, who the defense has talked to, what witnesses they have. So we really don't know.
Let me bring back in Sierra Gillespie as we're waiting for this juror note, more explanation about what this juror note is. Sierra, you can let us know if you found out any further information about it. But more importantly, I want to ask you, you're outside the courthouse right now. There was quite a scene during the course of this trial. During opening statements, Kanye showed up at one point during the course of this trial. We all remember when Kid Cudi had to testify. What's happening right now outside the courthouse? Have you seen any notable figures? Are there people either in support of Diddy, against Diddy? I mean, this is now the start of jury deliberations. Theoretically, we could get a verdict today. Maybe unlikely, probably unlikely. But what are you seeing outside the courthouse right now?
Yeah, this is a good question, because we have seen a couple of high-profile people like Kanye West, for example, or Kid Cudi, or of course Cassie, one of the star witnesses in all of this. As of right now, no celebrities that are here. Actually, we don't even have that much of a crowd. I mean, I guess I say not that big of a crowd. There usually is some sort of crowd outside of the courthouse, maybe 10 or 15 people over there. They're kind of the same people who have been here since the start, really. People who are live streaming, like you and I are, talking about the case. Most of them just with their phones, or maybe they have a selfie stick of some sort. And then the bulk of the people really are up and down the row I'm on here, and even around the corner, other people who have cameras set up and lights, people doing live shots. I've actually seen a lot of who I believe are tourists, you know, wearing the I Heart NY t-shirts, taking pictures of like me talking to you, Jesse. They'll be like, oh, there's a live report going on behind us. So mostly it's people who are like, hey, what's going on? Is there a verdict yet? So people are curious, but not a lot of commotion in the way of support for Diddy or support for Cassie. Not too much of that, but there's still time.
And I don't know if you know the answer to this question, but do we know if there is an announcement of a verdict, how long it's going to be till that verdict is read? 30 minutes, an hour, 15 minutes? Because I imagine when it's announced, oh my gosh, there's a verdict, the scene outside could change, and could change quite rapidly.
Oh, yeah. And I do just want to note for all of our viewers that are here, we are up. We are in our little tent. We have our lights and our camera, and we're ready to go. So if we ever hear the word that there is a verdict, we will be up. We will be up as soon as we can. So, I mean, keep watching, because you never really know when it's going to be, right? I know that Jesse's going to be glued to the chair at some point to make sure to share this news. We don't have it just yet. And to your question, Jesse, I don't know exactly. Generally, from the cases I've covered in the past, and you too, the bailiffs usually like to give media a heads up. I mean, if we're talking about our girl, Queen Elizabeth Milner, she's recognized by name and face inside now. So I'm pretty confident that they would tell her, okay, Elizabeth, hey, we have half an hour until we're going to read the verdict, whatever. But I don't have an official number or time amount that they would let us know.
Okay, and I know you're going to keep up to date on what that jury note is, so as soon as we have more information, it could be quite telling, so we'll let everybody know. Want to bring back in Brian and Mauricio on this. So we have more more questions coming in. Brian, this is a question for you. This is from I Am Sydney Sexton. If this is a hung jury, will Diddy remain in jail, or can he file again to qualify for bail? As we know, he's famously been denied bail multiple times leading up to this trial. What do you think?
I think he will definitely file to be released on bail, and he's got some compelling arguments to be released. You know, one of them being that, you know, the government put on its case and they were unable to prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. And for that reason, you know, let's release him. Let's leave him in custody in his home. All the arguments that he made before. But now with the idea that, you know, this isn't going to be a layup for the government. They've already swung and missed and failed. And there could be compelling reasons, I think, for a judge to maybe who's already heard the case, who's got his own views of the case, to come to a different decision with respect to detention. So I would expect it, and it would get a little bit different scrutiny than it did the first time, for sure.
Well, I would say yes, that if he was acquitted of any of the charges, right? If they're hung on other ones, but he's acquitted of any of the charges, I would agree with you. There could be a change in circumstances regarding risk of flight, regarding danger to the community. If he's no longer facing, let's say, a racketeering charge, or he's no longer facing a sex trafficking charge, right? But if he's hung and there's no decision, couldn't the judge just say there's not a change in circumstance? He's still facing, unless, of course, the prosecution decides not to recharge him.
Sure, legally the judge would be on all fours to deny a motion, but this motion I think would be better than the last couple they filed because of the hung jury, if in fact there is one.
Okay, Mauricio, over to you. This goes to the heart of a question that I have had since the beginning of this whole saga. The question, of course, is, we got it I think it was last week, you know, if Diddy had settled with Cassie before the lawsuit was filed, before it was made public, would we be here? Right? That's a fair question. Well, Nancy Nicole D asks, if Cassie had been married to Combs or had lived with him in California, thereby making her able to sue for alimony instead of the short-lived New York Victims Law, which is, I believe, the law that she had used to file the lawsuit against him in November of 2023, got everything going, would Combs be here today? So if she was married to him in California and had, I guess, another legal avenue to sue him or you know, collect money from him, although it doesn't change the fact that she probably could have still filed a lawsuit against him for these very same allegations. But you tell me where you stand on this.
Well, I mean, listen, whether or not she could have sued him for alimony, she sued him and she got $20 million. So we go back to the question that you posed, which is something that Brad has been pretty outspoken since the beginning of that he messed up in not resolving that case before it hit the media. And if he would have resolved that civil case, like he had the opportunity to do so prior to her filing it, a lot of the things that Cassie said would have been secreted. They could have come to an agreement. They could have had her sign a non-disclosure, agreement regarding the terms of that, but he didn't. And when that became public, that's when it started to snowball and everything started to click, and then the video of the 2016 attack came out, and that's when the federal prosecutors started to listen and pay attention to the case and really try and formulate how they were going to convict them. So I don't know whether or not if she would have been married to him would have made a difference, but for sure, if you would have resolved that case prior to, paying her the 20 million, prior to it generating a case number, prior to it becoming a public record, it would have definitely played an important role in whether or not he would have been in the situation he's in right now.
Brian, we got a super chat question that came in from Christina Lester. Christina Lester, thank you so much. If this results in a hung jury, and when we say hung jury, basically the jury couldn't come to a decision, right? They were at an impasse. If this results in a hung jury, how quickly could another trial take place?
I mean, a judge could put it on his docket and retry it within a period of months. I would think a lot of that will depend on his custody status. If he remains in custody after a hung jury and the judge decides to keep him in custody, I think the defense will move quickly to say, hey, we want to go right back on trial as soon as possible because we want to end this for him and try to not have his incarceration prolonged any further. All they got to do is get the transcripts. As soon as the transcripts are transcribed, you're ready to rock and roll. You've already got the blueprint for how to try this case. So I wouldn't expect it would take a long period of time unless there's any appeals that are taken after the hung jury, which I'm not so sure they'd have the ability to do anyway. So quickly, I would think it would be quick, particularly with an incarcerated defendant like this.
I mean, he wanted to go to trial quickly on this. It's kind of rare to have a federal case go to trial in under a year from when you have arrest and indictment, but he was going full steam ahead. He didn't seem to me, once he couldn't make bail, he didn't want to spend one more day behind bars, and he thinks he has a good shot at getting acquitted. This is from Purple Sammy X. I'll go to you, Mauricio. Hi from England. Hi, that's amazing, so far away. What do you think the verdict will be as of now? And if guilty, how long do you predict he'll get?
Listen, that's a good question because they can convict him on a multitude of things. They can come back and convict him on everything, and then he would be looking at possibly a sentence over 25 years, and including up to life. Or they could, convict him of some things and acquit him of others. We've spoken a lot about the difficulties involved in the RICO, in the RICO count. But jurors, anytime that your freedom is in the hands of 6 or 12 or 14 jurors, anybody that does what we do, what attorneys do, knows that you have no idea what they're going to do. Everybody that's a trial attorney has won the ones that we should have lost, and we've lost the ones that we should have won. So jurors, for the most part, are pretty, you really don't know what you're going to get. And also you really don't know how the judge is going to take this. It is a high profile case. There are the guidelines, but he could depart. He could, he can go up or he can go down. So federal judges routinely can do whatever they want. They don't because they don't want to get appealed. But, there's a lot of variables at play here.
Okay. Go to you, Brian. This is a super chat question from Huntertainment 2. Do the RICO predicates, do they all agree on or need to be the exact same? I think the question is, let's be clear. I guess there's 8 underlying predicate crimes, right? The prosecution needs to prove at least 2. Does the jury need to agree on all of them, right? Beyond a reasonable doubt. Talk to us about the underlying predicate crimes, what the standard is, what the burden of proof is.
Yeah, they have to have unanimity on at least 2 predicates. So, whatever predicates they are unanimously agreed on, whether it be guilty or not guilty, they have to inform the court of that. And if there are 2 predicates that they are unanimous on, all agree as to that predicate act, and there are 2 of them, then they've sustained their burden and it would be a guilty verdict.
And we've been talking about whether some are stronger than the others, right? Transportation to engage in prostitution, drug distribution, maybe bribery. Okay, we got another question coming in from rap superstar. I'll throw this to you, Mauricio. Can you explain the coercion so we can understand, please? I think this is with respect to sex trafficking by force, fraud, or coercion with respect to Cassie, Ventura Fine, and Jane. What are we talking about when we say coercion?
Okay. So coercion, for instance, we'll give the example of I recorded you without your knowledge having this freak off. And if you don't do what I say, I am going to publish this and I'm going to ruin your career as a singer if you don't continue to come to these freak offs and have sex with whatever man I want you to. That's coercion. With Jane, I remember there was testimony about whether or not he was dangling her $10,000 a month rent, whether or not she was going to be homeless. Things of that could be coercion. And, you're pretty much forcing people to do something that they don't want to do with either a threat or either, the promise of something or taking away something. So, it seems to me that the government proved that they at some level, it's not the coercion that maybe we're used to. And I've made the distinction between, with sex trafficking, we're always thinking about, some van in New Mexico, shuffling teenage girls to a motel. But the law doesn't require it to be that. The law could be, private jet, Four Seasons. But if it's sex trafficking, it's still sex trafficking, like we learned that in the Epstein case.
Well, and I think it's also the idea of they've spent a long time talking about the guns, talking about the violence. I mean, focusing on the idea that Sean Combs went to go confront Suge Knight at Mel's Diner with guns. And if Cassie was aware of that, right, this is the environment she's in, this threatening, violent environment. I mean, I don't think the prosecution necessarily said this, but they should have, in my opinion. You know why she didn't fight back as much as she could have? You know why she didn't leave as much as she could have? You know why she didn't stand up? Because look at the 2016 tape. That was in store for her if she didn't do what he wanted. And, coercion can take many different forms. Now, the other side of it is, the defense said, she could leave anytime. She ultimately left. Nothing happened to her. Jane, they say he tried to do the right thing. He paid her rent. He's damned if he does. He's damned if he doesn't. So you have these competing narratives. I would love to be a fly on the wall in this jury deliberation process because I think they're going to be battling back and forth about whether or not these are willing participants and whether or not this is coercion. You could talk about violence, right? You could talk about force. Force is easily defined, but coercion, something else. Okay, I have a poll. Excuse me. Do you believe the jury will reach a verdict quickly? Yes, within a day or two, 64%. 36% say no, it will take several days. I am in the 36% camp. I think we've been talking about it, that it might take some time. Let me go to you, Brian, on this one. Debbie Phillips 176 asks, who protects all the witnesses if he walks?
If they're not already in witness protection, the answer is nobody. The government's under no obligation to protect witnesses. And quite frankly, this isn't the kind of case where you would expect that kind of concern, at least coming directly from him. Now, fans and how crazy people react to these verdicts and acquittals and convictions, particularly in today's world, obviously everything is a danger. We see it day after day, but legally, nobody. If witnesses aren't testifying pursuant to some agreement where there's witness protection involved, then unless they've got the means, the local police and nobody.
By the way, just go back to you on this question, Brian. We have this note that we're waiting for. A note this early in the deliberations, what could it be and what do you expect it won't be?
Well, sometimes I expect that it's not a verdict, and I expect that it's not a indication of them being hung in any way. I think what it probably is either a request for a clarification on an instruction or perhaps to see an exhibit. I don't know what exhibits have gone out with the jury. A lot of times, some of the first questions you got is, hey, could we see this tape? Could we see this text message? Could we see this particular document? And I suspect in this case, you're going to get a lot of those requests. But it also may be just a quick question about clarification of some instruction that one or more of the jurors heard that they need to hear once again.
So, Mauricio, I want to ask you this, because I'm going to be switching gears. I'm going to have Sierra Gillespie jump on. I got to go record a sidebar, and she's going to cover our anchoring here. But I want to ask you this. You know, as we think about what the jury must be going through right now, and this is not to take away anything that they might be hearing or what they're considering. If the jury comes back with a question that signals to you a potential misunderstanding about the law, about what racketeering is, about what their duty is, about what deliberations are about, is that concerning? Is that concerning for the prosecution? Is that concerning for the defense? This is a very complicated case. Even as an attorney who has gone through the filings, I sometimes have to remind myself about what the elements are and what the task is. If they come back with a question that's, arguably concerning about the law, what would you be thinking about it?
Well, listen, those questions are, they're the worst. Like, everybody gets so nervous and you try and read so much because you really want to be that fly in the wall that you're talking about. You really want to get an inside idea of what the jurors are thinking, what the foreperson is thinking. But if they come back and they're confused regarding the law, then the judge is going to point them to the jury instructions. I mean, at the end of the day, that's what the jury instructions are there to do, to instruct the jury and to make sure that they're clear on the law, on the elements of the law, and on what they need to consider to either, acquit him or find him guilty of the different counts. So it's concerning. Now, if it's more concerning towards the prosecution or to the defense, the actual question is what's going to really determine who's more nervous, whether it's going to be the defense or whether it's going to be the prosecution, depending on the question.
All right, here's what we're going to do. Brian, Mauricio, stand by. I'm going to be jumping out, okay? Sierra Gillespie is going to be jumping in. We're taking more of your questions. We will find out what this jury note is about. We are in verdict watch right now in the Sean Diddy Combs criminal trial. We'll be right back right after this.
sticking with us. I'm your host, Sierra Gillespie, bringing you Law and Crime's live coverage of the P. Diddy trial. You guys, we are in the final countdown. We could have a verdict as early as today. That's right, we're already in deliberations. And by the way, thank you everyone who's been watching our live stream so far. I know we have people from all over the world. You guys have been following all day, so you of course know that there recently was a question from jurors. We're not even quite 2 hours into deliberations, and they already had a question. So Jesse Weber kind of left you on a cliffhanger, and I'm going to tell you what it's all about. Here's an update from the courthouse right behind me, because by the way, I'm live in the Southern District of New York. So here's what happened. Now, the judge says we have received a note from the jury that we have a juror, specifically juror 25, who we believe cannot follow your instructions. I would like to meet with the court about it. So the judge says, I suggest asking for more information. So that's kind of crazy, you guys. I mean, this morning we reported about jury instructions, right? This is so important going into deliberations almost 2 hours in, and it sounds like one of these jurors, juror number 25, says they might not be able to follow the instructions, which is the most important thing we have here. Whew, I got a lot of questions, and I want to break down the jury too. So let's do that quick before we get to our all-star panel of guests, who, by the way, I'm going to have a lot of good questions for them. And if you guys have questions, throw them into our chat, and we'll get to as many as we can. So here's the breakdown of the jury as of right now, okay? This could be changing. Who's to say? I'm not going to report anything we don't know yet. But here's what we've got. So a male, an investment analyst. He's 31 years old, okay? So am I. So right around my age, my contemporary. And that's what it's supposed to be, right? A jury of P. Diddy's peers, okay? Another male, he is a scientist, age 51. So already we've got a pretty educated jury. On to another member, a male social worker, age 39. Another male architect, 57. I believe we've talked about him specifically, the architect, the newer juror who replaced juror number 6, because of course we all remember when that debacle happened. Another man, we've got a male-heavy jury here. He is a field technician, age 68. Another man, logistics analyst, age 67. So I guess that kind of shows the range in the age of these jurors too. Another male, he's now retired though, age 68, formerly in finance. Then onto the female side of the jury, okay? This one is 30 years old. She's a deli clerk. Another female, dietary aide, age 42, okay? The next female, a treatment coordinator, age 74, which again shows the diversity we have here, especially in the ages of these jurors. 43 years old is the next juror, a female. She's a physician's assistant. And then the final one rounds us out, age 69, massage therapist. So you can just kind of see there the diversity that we have here in the jury. And by the way, I do have more updates about that note. I promise we will get to our panel in a minute, but here's what we have live from the courthouse behind me. This is AUSA Maureen Comey, the lead prosecutor for the government. She says, may we have a moment to digest what your honor has proposed. This is very sensitive. Then Mark Agnifilo for the defense, he replies and says, I suggest we just tell them it is early. You are just getting started. If there is a further issue, please let us know. Comey then replies and says, if we go that route, we suggest instructing the jurors it is important not to include any information about what is going on in the jury room. We are looking at U.S. versus Becher 262. So she's talking about a very specific citing something that has to do with all of this. Whoa, this is pretty heavy, you guys. Not to quote Marty McFly or Doc Brown here, but this is getting heavy, and I got to bring in our all-star panel of guests to break it all down with me, okay? So we have criminal defense attorney Mauricio Padilla, who's been a favorite on our live stream, and then, of course, criminal defense attorney Brian McMonagle. Thank you so much, both of you, for sticking with us. And Brian, I've got to ask you right away, what are you making of this jury note or question?
It's stunning. This early for there to be a note of that nature is stunning. They just began deliberating. And the indication is, at least from the foreman, that one of the jurors has just basically said, I'm not cooperating. We've had situations like that here in Philadelphia, and jurors have been replaced for that very reason, where they've been unwilling to deliberate with their fellow jurors, where they're unwilling to listen to instructions. I know we're getting a little bit down the road on this, but if in fact that is the case and the judge becomes concerned, he has the ability to bring the jury in one by one and voir dire each and every one of them about what this juror has done, and the juror themselves to ask questions about it. We're not there yet. It looks like both sides don't want to get to that point, but that's how this ends. This problem continues, which with voir dire and the possibility, not the probability, but the possibility that a juror could be replaced with an alternate. So this is stunning for me.
I think stunning is a great word for it. It's not something that we've expected. I mean, you guys, you viewers can look at the clock that we have here. We're not even at 2 hours yet into deliberations, and already something so stark such as this. I do have another small update right now. The judge says to both sides, and he's telling them, confer on a response. I'll stay here. So kind of, you two discuss. Mauricio, I've got to ask you, what does this mean? What are your thoughts?
Early on, they're fighting. They're not even fighting about the decision. They're fighting about how they're gonna come up to the decision. So I think that when you read into the question, I think what the question's highlighting is a power play that's going on. So one person is not getting along with another person. Maybe the fourth person has a problem with another person, and now he's saying, you're not following the rules given to us by the court. But when I hear that question, for me, it highlights that there's personality issues at play, and that they're fighting. So let's see what happens. But shocking that it's happening so quickly. And imagine it's not. It would foreshadow that this is going to be a long, drawn-out deliberation. That they've come up with that question only 2 hours in.
And I mean, the jury is so important, right? They're so paramount into all of this. And as you were talking, Mauricio, I was thinking the same thing. Like, if they're already arguing about all of this, we're looking at a long deliberation time, which, by the way, I am hosting live from the field, so I don't have a projection of like what we're seeing. So I do want to say that our note, I think I said we weren't quite at 2 hours yet. It looks like we're at 2 hours and 2 minutes, at least in the last minute, as far as the jury clock, or the deliberation clock, rather. It's being kind of funky, but that's kind of where we're at. So 2 hours, either way, pretty early. Now, I got to get to some of our viewer questions that we have for you guys, because a lot of you have provided us with some really stellar questions. So I'm going to start with this one for you, Brian. This is A Fly Guy says, a question for the panel. Is the jury in a federal trial exposed to the gallery where those people could see them, or are they somewhat secluded? And I believe I have a general answer to this. I haven't been inside the courtroom, but we do have our reporter Elizabeth Milner, who's been in, talked to us about how the jurors are responding to things specifically like those freak-off videos, were they hiding their faces? What were they doing? So what is your answer to this, Brian? Can they see the gallery and kind of interact in a way?
Well, in every trial I've ever had, the jury can see the gallery. They can see the entire courtroom, and the entire courtroom can see them. I know that there are issues in this case where they have kind of blocked off things for one reason or another. But the simple answer is yes, they're supposed to be able to see the gallery. It is a public courtroom, and it should be open, and it should be, a situation where everybody can see everybody.
And I mean, that is the beauty of America. These are public courthouses. So if you are watching right now and you want to come see the Diddy trial, I mean, they are in deliberation, so they're a bit more secluded then. But you're allowed to just come down to this courthouse here in southern Manhattan, walk in and go. I mean, that's really all you need. Now, for a case like P. Diddy, obviously, there's a bigger list. There's media credentials and things that go into it. But that's really what it is. And it's only kind of different in the federal system that we don't get cameras because it is federal. In some states, we can live stream the court. I mean, I know a lot of you Law&Crime viewers have seen all of that. So it is interesting. Now, on to another question that we have from one of our viewers, Navy Mom FL, I'm guessing Florida, 7294. This one's going for you, Mauricio, because I know you have a history with Florida. So maybe this question doesn't have anything to do with Florida, but hey, I'm connecting you two. Now, she says, Law&Crime Network, what are the odds jury tampering occurred? And did Diddy somehow pay off a juror? Sounds like a movie, but movies are based on reality. I mean, anything's possible in this case, Mauricio. What do you think about jury tampering?
Well, listen, anything's possible, but I think it's a stretch to read that into the note that was just published from the jury. They're just saying that there's a juror that refuses to abide by the rules given to them by the court. It's a little bit of a stretch to now imply that P. Diddy bought a juror, but I mean, the way that he's conducted himself, not only historically, but ever since his incarceration, it wouldn't be something that I don't think anybody would be shocked at. if because he seems to be such a controlling individual. He seems to be the type of guy that thinks that he can control anything, including a federal trial, including jurors. So I wouldn't be shocked if something like that comes out eventually, especially since I remember in this case they had him on the jail phone talking to people and trying to influence certain people. I know that he tried social media to try and influence certain certain chunks of the population with his social media presence. So I wouldn't be shocked, but it is a stretch to read that into the note that was just published.
Now, I do have a real-time update for all of you. Thank you, by the way, to our producers who are working tirelessly on this live stream to bring you the updates. Juliana, Jordan, Alex, Nick, so many people are going into making this possible. So keep sending us questions and shout-outs for those people. I love to say it. Okay, so here's an update that we have about juror number 25, right? The juror in question who says they may not be able to follow the directions, the jury instructions. So here's what we know. According to NBC, I do want to cite that, juror number 25, a 51-year-old male from Manhattan who has a PhD in molecular biology and neuroscience, so got the credentials there. He listens to classical music and opera, and his hobbies include art, science, cooking, and the outdoors. Okay, so now that we know a bit more about that juror, Ryan, does it make any more sense why this person would have any sort of problem following these instructions? He's clearly an educated person who should be able to follow them. Do you think it's more of a moral or ethical issue?
It makes absolutely no sense to me based on the individual that you've just described, if in fact that is the individual who, according to the foreman, is creating the problem. But, people are, as Mauricio will tell you, everybody's different. Everybody reacts to things differently. Everybody's got their own personalities. There may be significant personality conflicts. You may have the foreperson being of one personality, the individual in question of another, and they're just colliding. And you see that a lot with juries. You just don't see that kind of question this quickly. Usually you get that kind of a question, 2 days after deliberations where everybody's been banging their heads and they can't have a meeting of the minds and somebody goes and sits in a corner. You never have it 2 hours in. So there's a significant issue here where somebody has angered somebody else or basically decided that they're just not going to communicate in some fashion, which is a real danger for the prosecution.
It sounds like things are fiery. I mean, I'm here in Manhattan. I have my fan. This is my third fan. I have two more here. So things are hot outside, and it sounds like things are hot inside too. I mean, it's this soon. What you're saying, Brian, this soon we have somebody who's stirring the pot in this way. I mean, I don't know, things are fiery. And again, I did describe juror number 25. I talked about, his history, all of that. That is from NBC. I do want to cite that and report that because we're still early on in as far as our reporting about this specific juror. So I gotta make sure to cite them and all of that. Now, we do have another person who wrote in asking about this question, and I guess this just goes to show we've been live streaming all day. We keep bringing you guys the updates. It's a bit out of date now, but I do still want to shout her out. Her name is Emily Atelier, I believe. She says, hey, what could this potential note from the jury be, which we, of course, now do know? What would be the question you would want to know this soon in deliberation? And I just had to shout her out. We, of course, now know what it is, so we'll discuss that. But she says, love the show. Thank you for your amazing coverage on this trial. So thank you so much, Emily, for watching. And any of you who have questions, again, keep dropping them down. Now, here's another viewer question we have. Can you ask the panel about their experience on working with jury consultants? Have either of you worked with the brilliant Linda Moreno, who's Diddy's jury consultant, before? Mauricio, I'm going to toss that one to you. What do you make of jury consultants, which obviously are very important considering the jury is very important?
But I have worked with various jury consultants. I think they're important. If you have to get the right fit for the right case, and nowadays there's consultants that really use social media, and while you're doing voir dire and you have your co-counsel, there's consultants that are right there on the spot researching to give you a better idea of who the juror is when taking into consideration their social media profile and their whatever digital footprint they've left out there, so you have an idea of politically where they stand. So nowadays consultants that actually use that type of technology can really assist you like never before. So this is a whole new time for trial attorneys to take advantage of the fact that people's lives, their opinions, their mindset, all of it is public information many times that you could find and you could use to your advantage. And at the end of the day, picking a jury is the most stressful part of a trial. Why? Because trial attorneys know that you make a mistake there, you're going to lose. So regardless of what you did during the trial, if you made a mistake and you got that wrong juror on the jury, all of it was for nothing. The 8, 9, 10 weeks, and I've seen it play out in front of my face to my detriment and to my favor. So I've been around long enough to see it, work in both ways.
I mean, the stakes here are really high. The jury is of the utmost importance in all of this. And like I said, Diddy faces life in prison. That's why this is so important for the jury and this jury issue for it to get solved, which, by the way, we're going to stay on, hopefully, until we have some sort of resolution in all of this. So don't go away, you guys. We're going to take a quick break right now and then come back, hopefully, with some updates very soon. So stick with us. Hi, everyone. Welcome back to Law&Crime's live coverage. I'm your host, Sierra Gillespie, live in the Southern District of Manhattan, where deliberations are underway in the United States versus P. Diddy. Okay, so we're about 2 hours into deliberations. And right before that, we get a note from the jury. Okay, and I want to go through for those of you who are just tuning in with us so we can kind of go back and talk about what we know right now. So at first we report, okay, we're getting a note. Don't know what it is. The prosecution reads it first and then over to the defense. So if I can go through, I'm sorry, I have so many notes and I'm hosting from the field. also have to go back to find where this jury note is from, is saved for me. And again, I guess this just goes to show that we're live throughout all of this, you guys. We are here camped outside of the courthouse. We will continue to bring you updates as soon as we have them, as often as we do. So that's why sometimes things are a little scrambly, because we want to make sure that we can get them to you as soon as we possibly can. So here it is. I have found it. Now, the judge says we have received a note from the jury that we have a juror number 25, who we believe cannot follow the instructions. I would like to meet with the court about it, and the judge says, I suggest we ask for more information. After this, United States Assistant Attorney Maureen Comey, she says, may we have a moment to digest, Your Honor, what you have proposed? This is very sensitive. Mark Agnifilo then replies and says, I suggest we just tell them early, you are just getting started. If there is a further issue, please let us know. So then Comey replies and says, if we go that route, we suggest instructing jurors it is important not to include any information about what is going on in the jury room. And then she cites a specific case from prior to all of this. So the juror in question is juror number 25. Okay, so right away we're asking, which juror is this? We have so many, we want to narrow it down. And this is per reporting from NBC that juror number 25 is a 51-year-old male from Manhattan who has a PhD in molecular biology and in neuroscience. He listens to classical music and opera, and his hobbies include art, science, cooking, and the outdoors. So that's kind of what we know as of right now. I have one more update for you that is brand new to our live stream. The judge says it's 1:48 p.m., so this is just a couple of minutes ago. It's 1:48 p.m. See if you can come to an agreed upon note. I'll come back at 2 p.m. and we'll figure this out, okay? So that's 7 minutes from right now. Right now it's 1:53, so we could have an answer really soon, but right now all we have is questions. So who better to ask these questions to than our all-star panel who have agreed to stay on late with us today. So let's bring those guys out. Criminal defense attorney Mauricio Padilla and criminal defense attorney Brian McMonagle. Thank you both for sticking with us. And I think we've talked about it, but just how important it is to have a note like this so early in jury selection. Mauricio, I know we talked about this a bit more, but we are getting viewers by the second, so I got to ask again, what do you make of this note and how important is it?
I think it illustrates that they're fighting. I think it illustrates that there's personality conflicts. If you read the note, that he's not obeying the court rules, or at the end of the day, maybe what it is that he's saying, either he's saying, I think he's guilty or I think he's innocent, and that's it. I don't want to talk about it anymore. And someone's telling him, no, we need to discuss it further. And maybe he's refusing one way or another. We know he's an intelligent person. He has a PhD. So it could be the type of guy where he says, listen, I've made up my mind. I don't need to discuss this any further. And maybe the situation is that everybody else in the room is telling him, no, pursuant to the court's instruction, we need to fully flesh out why you feel that way. We need to continue to discuss it. And maybe he doesn't want to. Maybe he's like, there's nothing else to discuss. I've sat through this trial for 8 weeks. I either think he's guilty or I think he's not guilty. And they're telling him, no, we need to continue to hash this out. We need to continue to talk. And maybe he doesn't want to talk. If anything, I feel that the note is showing that maybe the foreperson doesn't have either the personality or the ability to deal with juror 25. And that could have been brewing for the past 8 weeks during the trial. Maybe these are two people that have been butting heads that don't like each other. And now it's come to fruition. Now it's a time that they really need to cooperate and work together. And maybe he's saying, listen, I've made up my mind. I don't need to discuss it any further. And they're telling him, no, this is a group exercise and we need to come to an agreement together. Maybe that's what it is.
And I mean, at this point, we're about 2 months into the trial, way longer than 2 minutes. It feels like 2 minutes worth of deliberations. But you know what I'm trying to say? Like, these people who have been sitting there on the jury day after day, they've been hearing it. And I know we went into voir dire where they're supposed to have an open mind. But I mean, Brian, is it possible that as we're going through this and hearing all of the testimony and the evidence, that juror number 25 in his head is like, okay, I'm not talking to anyone about this until deliberations, but he's guilty. Okay, I think he's guilty. And he doesn't want to discuss things. I mean, is that something that could be part of the problem, Brian?
Absolutely. I mean, it could certainly be the case that this individual's come to a verdict and doesn't really need further dialogue. What's really stunning to me, and I know I've said it, is how quick this note came and the fact that the note came at all. I mean, this is a foreman in a jury telling the entire world, really, if you think about it, because of the high publicity nature of this trial, that a juror is out of bounds, that one of their fellow number is engaging in misconduct, informing on that other juror. Imagine now the dynamics. And did the rest of the jurors agree that that note should be sent? Did all 10 other jurors, in addition to the foreman, say, yeah, we better let the judge know that this guy, or this person, I should say, is not cooperating? That's the thing that really strikes at me, that it happened so quickly, and that there has really been a telling on this juror by another juror, the foreperson. I've never seen anything happen like this so quickly in deliberations. It really is stunning, and it doesn't bode well for a quick verdict at all, if there's ever going to be one.
This is a monumental trial for so many reasons, least of all what you just said. You've never seen anything like this happen before. And I guess it does kind of get me wondering, is this kind of a tattletale situation where it's only the foreperson who's like, I'm upset with this, I'm going to write in that note? Or is it majority of the jury who's like, hey, this is a red flag? I mean, when I think of jury deliberations, first of all, we all want to be a fly on the wall and know what's going on in there. But I always think of 12 Angry Men, the classic movie. There could just be that one who's like, I'm not changing my mind. You know, if that's what it is what it is. And is it the foreperson or the jury as a whole that is having issues with it? I mean, we can speculate, and let's do it. But first, I do have to give you a quick update. Per CNN, the parties are proposing that the judge send a note back to the panel. So, Mauricio, I'm going to go to you on that. It's kind of a two-parter. One, what would that even kind of look like with the judge sending this note back? Would they be further instructions? What would that look like? And then kind of off the tail end of what Brian is saying, he says, if at all there is a verdict, could this then lead to a mistrial?
Well, listen, the problem is that when they're telling the judge to send a note back into the jury, judges are very hesitant to start doing that because that's a communication that the judge is having with the jury. So a lot of judges want to avoid that because now we're talking about appellate issues. Like, you know, I didn't sit through the trial, so I can't speak about the appellate issues that actually occurred with the objections at trial and things of that nature. But one way or the other, when you have this type of situation with a juror, that's going to be an appeal one way or the other. You know what I mean? Like whether or not, if he sends a note back, later on, the language in that note is going to be highly scrutinized. What occurred with that juror is going to be highly scrutinized. Whatever happens with them, like if they replace him with an alternate, that's going to be scrutinized. So what's happening right now in real time is going to be later on scrutinized by appellate attorneys with their highlighters. And I could expect that this would end up in some type of a appellate motion in the future.
Oh, it's so interesting to think because sometimes when we're just watching a case, we're like, okay, is it going to be guilty or is it going to be not guilty? Those are the options, plus maybe a mistrial in there. Who's to say? But a good defense attorney, their job is to keep track of everything so that if there is a conviction, we have an appeal. And so I'm sure you're right, Mauricio, that whatever is written on this note by Judge Arun Subramanian, if that is in fact sent over to the jury, is going to be so important. For those of you just joining us, hi, thanks for tuning in. And remember, you can send us any sort of questions for our all-star panel that we have here. And I have another one for you now. This is from Liz Murph. So I'm going to send this one over to you, Brian. And this is a good question, Liz. Okay, so how/why is the jury made up of 8 men and just 4 women, 2 times the men than the women, watching hours of sex tapes and all the rest, which she doesn't write, but I'm just going to say freak-offs? Is gender not considered, even giving the subject matter in this case? Brian, what do you think? I mean, I do think that the gender is pretty important in all of this. What are your thoughts?
Well, blame the lawyers because they picked the jury. Both sides had the ability to pick jurors. I don't know what the composition of the entire panel is. Sometimes, I've recently had it in a case where a lot of the potential panel was female. But here, I think, with jury consultants and the like, there was a significant, thoughtful decision to put more men on the jury than women for whatever reason. I've said it 100 times. Trying to ascribe, gender-wise, what's better in a case involving sexual allegations is sometimes a fool's errand. And the fact that it's 8-4 is simply a reflection of the lawyers' choices. The government wanted those 12 people. the defense wanted those 12 people, and it turned out to be 8-4 men to women. It sometimes is completely the opposite. Just had a jury recently that was 10-2, women to men, and it was really just, it had nothing to do with gender, the case. It was just the way that the strikes went and the way that the panel was constructed. So I wouldn't read a lot into it, but if someone's upset about it, it's the blame or the praise that should be given to the jury for the jury they picked, because they decided who was going to be on that jury.
I've said this before, and I'm happy to say it again right now. I've talked about it on my show Scandal, which, by the way, if you like what you're seeing today, I cover P. Diddy on my channel, and I also cover all things celebrity gossip and crime. So make sure to subscribe to all of that. But I've said it before, and here I am again. I do not envy these jurors, because they have to go through a lot. I mean, not only just sitting there and hearing the witness testimony and seeing these very graphic images or videos or text messages, for that matter, some of the things that were read in court, I wouldn't want to speak aloud here on this live stream. But not only do they do that, but they have to follow all of these instructions, which now I guess we've seen one of these jurors apparently can't follow the instructions or won't follow the instructions. Hopefully we'll have more clarification. And actually, I kind of want to ask you guys about this too, because specifically mentioned in all of this, Maureen Comey threw out something called U.S. versus Becher. She kind of cited this as a former case. Now, this is from Inner City Press's reporting. While still waiting, in a case USA Comey cited, so she cited USA versus Becher. Second Circuit upheld removal of a juror who, quote, refused to participate in deliberations as required by her obligations as a juror, despite the rule of Thomas, which was the first case that had been cited. So, Mauricio, I know that this is a lot, and I'm throwing this at you, but I'm wondering, do you know about this case at all in the past, U.S. versus Becher, or what all this means?
It's a case that highlights, jury misconduct and when you can replace a juror and when you can't. I think that's what he was getting at. He's basically saying, listen, it's not that simple a decision on whether or not we're going to keep this juror or not, or we don't want to interfere with the process of the jury. So I don't know. It's been a minute since I've read it, but I think it's a case that highlights, improper actions and regarding jurors. So for the most part, judges want to allow the jury to do their own thing. The moment that the case gets into the hands of the jury is supposed to, conduct its own thing. And you don't want to really affect that, because anything that you do is going to be scrutinized. Like right now, if the judge writes them a note and says, anything where the judge is crossing over and really instructing them improperly, then it could be a mistrial, then it could be an appeal. So judges don't want to cross any lines. They want to let them do their own thing. So I would envision that if the judge does write a note back, it's going to be very generic. Keep trying. Continue to work together. Look at the evidence. In my experience, that's the only type of communication that you can expect from a judge to a jury, because judges at the end of the day, they don't want to get appealed.
When you said keep trying, it sent me back to Prairie Elementary School, where I went as a kid. And when you didn't do well on your assignment, the teacher would give you a sticker that said, keep trying, you guys. So that's kind of what it sounds like to me, being very generic. And to your point here, I mean, this isn't Who Wants to Be a Millionaire in 2003, where you can phone a friend. Once the case is given to the jury, it's given to the jury. It's up to them. They can't go back and say, well, hey, what do you think, defense attorneys? What was your thoughts on this? They're supposed to discuss it together. So to your point, I mean, I don't know. They should be talking it out. And also, I do have another update from court as of 2:02 p.m., so just a couple of minutes ago. The judge asks, do we have an agreed upon response? So it seems like perhaps maybe he's asking that the defense and the prosecution work together for a response to the jury. Now, Combs is Mark Agnifilo says, no, we do not. And Comey says Ms. Slavic has emailed it to Chambers, which, so she's sent off the email, it sounds like. Now, the judge asks, do we have the defense proposal? Comey says, okay, it's going to be in Ms. Slavic's email. Now, another update, the judge said I would prefer, hold on one second, I'm sorry, we're getting so many updates in all of this. And again, just to remind any of you who are just tuning in, I'm live hosting from the field and getting updates second by second. So I'm trying to bring them to you as fast as I can and give you all of the updates on all of that. Okay, so the judge says, I would prefer to have a neutral response like the government's draft response. That's the one I'll use. I'll put it on the court's letterhead, okay? Then Agnifilo replies and says, there is no suggestion the juror will not follow instructions, so our proposal is more inert. So, okay, Brian, break this down for me. Does it sound like both sides are working together, the defense and the prosecution, to come up with a response that the judge will write out, but they're maybe disagreeing on it? What does all this mean?
Well, you can count on disagreement. And what the judge is trying to do, it was highlighted earlier, this judge doesn't want to create a problem. And so the judge smartly is saying to the parties, hey, listen, I'm not going to listen to you guys complain later. Give me what you collectively want me to do. And he's doing that for a very good reason, because he wants to protect both interests, both parties, and not give them a reason to complain later. The defense, though, very smartly is basically saying, no, we're not going to agree with some instruction that the government agrees to just for the sake of agreement. We're concerned about Diddy's rights. We're concerned about this case. We're concerned about removing a potential juror or influencing a verdict at this point. So it doesn't surprise me that the parties don't agree. They haven't agreed for weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks. And my guess is that the judge will, as he is suggesting, send something very neutral back to this jury so he can't be accused later on appeal of in some way molding this jury into a verdict, or perhaps causing a situation where a juror has to be removed. And that's the last thing anybody wants. But that case they cited is precisely what happened. You can remove a juror who simply is obstinate and not willing to interact and think through a verdict with his fellow jurors. But the judge is playing it right. It's the smart move. Try and get them to agree so nobody can complain later.
Brian, you're so right. I don't know why I was in any way surprised that the defense and the prosecution weren't exactly on the same page here, when they haven't been on the same page at all. They've had lots of arguments in the weeks, months really, since we've talked about this case, since the indictment back in September of last year. So of course they're going to disagree on this, right? And it's so important too. And actually there's another instance that we recently saw of a major disagreement from the government and of course the defense. And that takes us back to June 16th, when juror number 6 was dismissed. So on that day, the judge actually dismissed juror 6 over the juror's inconsistent disclosures about where he lives. So another dismissal that occurred earlier on in all of this. And if you guys remember all of this, it was that the juror said that he lived in New York. He had a New York ID, a New York license. However, he stayed with his girlfriend, the mother of his child, at times in New York. But he specified, I believe it was his aunt. So this is off the top of my head. So if I'm wrong, chatters, correct me, because I know you've been following the case too. But I believe he was saying that he was staying, in New York most of the week. His mail was still sent there. He had his ID. And yet the inconsistent responses there were a red flag from the government. However, the defense wanted to keep this juror. They wrote a really lengthy motion in order to keep this juror. They talked specifically about how this is a black juror. They want to keep him on. They highlighted that incredibly. What do you think about that, Mauricio? Is that at all telling this past of dismissing juror number 6 with what could happen in the future for this issue with juror number 25?
Well, first of all, obviously the defense is going to make a big deal about striking a juror that's of the same race as your client. You want juries to take into consideration, to be equal when it comes to, race. You want all races represented, and you want the race of your particular client to be represented in the jury. Now, if they excluded that juror, that's going to be an appellate issue for sure. One way or the other, they got rid of him, and that motion that the defense wrote is not only to try and convince the judge not to do it, but to solidify the issue in the future for the appeal, because you want to make sure that you make all your arguments and you put your objection on the record. Now, if they already did that once during trial because they had no choice, the judge is going to be really hard pressed to do it again. He doesn't want a mistrial. He doesn't want to create appellate issues. And at the end of the day, the reason that this is so shocking, and I think Brian would agree, is that they did it so quickly. So it's more an indictment as to the jury as a whole, as to the foreperson, about working together as it is regarding juror number 25. Because even if juror number 25 was being hard-headed, even if juror 25 was being stubborn, it's the role of the foreperson and the role of the jury to continue to try and talk. Listen, why do you feel that way? Let's listen. At the end of it, to throw your hands up within 2 hours and write a note, ratting them out to the judge, that is not indicative that the jury as a whole is functioning as they should. And it would be worrisome, I think, more for the prosecution than the defense, because, at the end of the day, a mistrial or a hung jury is a loss for the prosecution more than it is for the defense, because for the defense, if you get a hung jury in a case like this and they decide to retry it, you already know their case. They didn't put up a defense, but the prosecution put up their case. That means that now the defense knows everything that you have. There are no more secrets.
And that's not something we want to see right this far into all of it after 8 weeks of coverage, not to mention all the civil cases we hear of personally covered on Law and Crime. We want to know the verdict, right? I think that's what everyone wants. And by the way, I do have an update right now from court, so this is definitive what's going on. The judge says, I don't want to suggest to the jury that there is any particular time they must deliberate. I don't want them to tell them they just got started. I'm going with the government version. We will print that out and send it on. So it sounds to me like Judge Arun Samaranian is saying, hey, there's no time length here. If you guys feel like you've come to a decision here, that's it, okay? So it sounds like whatever the government had written up, that Christy Slavic had written up, it sounds like that is what is going to be sent over to the jury, and that's that. So I guess we're going to see what happens. And by the way, I do want to thank everyone who's been with us on this live stream. Again, I'm reporting live here in the Southern District of New York. Behind me is the courthouse where the deliberations are ongoing right now. So if there are any other updates that come, we have our live equipment right here. We can be up in a flash. So stick with us, stay on our live stream. We'll make sure to bring you any updates as we have them. For now, I'm going to close out, though, and say thank you very much to both of our amazing guests, Mauricio and Brian, for sticking on with us a little bit longer and breaking down this really, really important juror issue. Thank you both for sticking with us. And also, if you can't get enough Diddy, just like me, and if you love Jesse Weber, just like I do, make sure to take a look at the podcast that we have now. It's the second season of Law and Crime's hit podcast, The Rise and Fall of Diddy, hosted by none other than Jesse Weber. So it's back starting June 17th. So it's already back exclusively on Wondery Plus. The trailer just dropped, and you can find it right now on Apple Podcasts or Spotify, wherever you get your podcasts. Make sure to subscribe now to be the first to know when there are any sort of Diddy updates. Jesse and his guests will be there breaking down each day of testimony in a compelling narrative that features incredible live reporting from our very own Queen Elizabeth Milner and some of your favorite guests. Take a listen.
We acting bad. We ain't trying to hurt nobody.
For decades, he was untouchable.
I've gone from Harlem to Hollywood.
Sean Diddy Combs built an empire from the ground up. But now, it's all coming undone.
Sean Combs, the mogul as we know it, is over. I'm Jesse Weber, host of Law and Crime's The Rise and Fall of Diddy, the federal trial, a front row seat to the biggest trial in entertainment history.
Sex trafficking, racketeering, prostitution, allegations by federal prosecutors that span decades, and witnesses who are finally speaking out.
This is at least the 10th lawsuit filed against Combs.
Each week we break down the courtroom drama as it happens.
How far will he fall, or will he walk free, but with a reputation in ruins? You can listen to The Rise and Fall of Diddy, the federal trial, exclusively on Wondery Plus.
bars.
Yes.
Shit is on, though, right? Obviously, I just saw the feed. Cool. What's the battery's been set?
this off. I'll be sweating.
Good afternoon. I'm Anjanette Levy, and you're watching Law and Crime live on YouTube. And it's official. We are in verdict watch in the racketeering conspiracy and sex trafficking trial of Sean Diddy Combs. The jury has been deliberating now for over 4 hours. It's about 4 hours and 25 minutes. And guess what? We've already had major drama in the jury deliberation process. We want to get right to it and get out to Elizabeth Milner. She's been in the courtroom for the entire trial to get a breakdown on what has been going on with juror number 25. So Elizabeth, she is there at the courthouse in Lower Manhattan. Tell me, what exactly happened? This all started when the foreperson sent a note to the judge saying, hey, we have a problem.
Well, this happened around 1:30 Eastern time, I should say, where the judge did read aloud this particular note, and it was in part from the foreperson, which we know to be juror number 5. But in terms of juror number 5's concern, I guess it was a concern that all of them had, where in terms of, I guess, we don't really know, because that's really kind of the basis of what the entire note was. But what ended up happening is there were kind of discussions on both sides. From both, the court kind of gave his proposed instructions, which were initially to be like, okay, can you please explain the nature of the concern? Is it the lack of understanding? Is it unwillingness to follow instructions? The judge just kind of offered that up as a potential idea. And then the government kind of had their proposal. The defense had their proposal. And it seemed like the defense was kind of adamant on their proposal, and they couldn't even come to a decision on that. But what the judge ended up saying is he decided kind of a happy medium between both parties, where he said the proposed instruction was, I received your note. I remind every juror of their duty to deliberate and their obligation to follow my instruction on the law. With that instruction in mind, please continue deliberating. And so the judge wanted to use this particular message mainly because it was pretty neutral. It wasn't kind of pointing out this particular juror or to kind of take any type of course of action in terms of even potentially, possibly like dismissing it. That was not the case at all. Pretty much this note came back pretty quickly, because first note that we got was that juror number 5 was going to be the foreperson, and then this note comes around 1:30 p.m. So if you think about it in context, they weren't even deliberating for that long for potentially somebody to already kind of not be following the instructions. And so far there hasn't been a note sent. So right now the jury is still continuing their deliberations. Now we're into hour 4 of the deliberation process. So it's getting towards the end of the day a little bit, Anjanette. So we'll see what the jury has to say about coming back around 5 p.m. on whether or not they'll call it an end of the day, or whether they'll continue on past 5 p.m. today.
It'll be interesting to see what happens, Elizabeth, when it comes to around that time, around 5 o'clock, which we're getting closer to that time. What was your reaction? You know, as somebody who's been sitting in the courtroom the entire trial, you've been watching the judge, the jury, you've been watching both sides present this case. I mean, were you surprised when this note came out? Because you've been watching all of these people the entire time. So you're right. This is pretty early for somebody to send out a note saying, hey, we're having an issue, Judge. So what was your kind of reaction, and what was the general feel in the courtroom when this happened?
Yeah, I think the general feel in the courtroom was, what happens now? Like, what is going to be the action that's taken? Obviously, no action has been taken. Again, the juror is still continuing their deliberations. But also, what instructions was this person not following? But I will say this, Anjanette, what we do know about this particular juror, just going back to the voir dire process, is that he's a 51-year-old man. He's a scientist. And I think I know which juror they're actually talking about. And I was kind of surprised that the issue was with that particular juror. So I don't know what's kind of going on in the jury room. I don't know what's going on in their minds, but I think a lot of us are kind of wondering, okay, well, what was the issue? What was the, this person's not following or according to the foreperson, not following the instructions. What does that really mean? And so, as you know, we probably all wanted just more details as to why this was happening. But since they've continued their deliberations, I think a lot of us are just waiting to see what the next note might possibly be. And then obviously, whenever they officially come to a decision, we just don't know when that'll be yet.
Did you see any reaction specifically from the defense about this? Because I'm wondering if the defense was like, wow, this is interesting. Like, we've got somebody who may be kind of leaning our way in there.
Yeah, so the defense did kind of have a little bit of a reaction to it, and this was Mark Agnifilo making these arguments, that the defense was kind of hesitant about laying out just the different possibilities on what to kind of do next, and their initial reaction was just for these jurors to work through it. I think their big thing was that the jurors were in such an early stage of their deliberations that how could they have a note saying that there's already a problem at this point? And so I think from the defense's perspective, they just wanted the jurors to work out their issue, and if there's more of an issue, to bring it back to the judge's attention later on, but to really just kind of hammer out those issues initially, because again, they were so early in the process. Now, if it was maybe day 7 or day 8, 9, 10 or something like that, maybe I could understand a little bit, but in terms of just it being day 1 and so early into the deliberation, I was surprised that they came back with a note quickly saying that one of the jurors can't follow instructions, but we don't know the full extent of what that necessarily meant either.
Right, exactly. I'm wondering, when the judge was charging the jury this morning, how did Sean Combs seem this morning? I'm really interested to hear what his demeanor was like. I know he walks into the courtroom usually and he seems really happy greeting his team. You know, we've talked about the heart hands and all of that stuff. So what was his, what was the vibe that he was giving off this morning?
Well, you can only imagine probably what he's thinking inside his head, because this is a big day. The jury's now deciding on the case. They're deciding on his fate. They're deciding on his outcome. So I can only imagine probably the weight. But if I can tell you one thing, Anjanette, is that Sean Combs doesn't let anything visibly shake him, in terms of you're not going to see him necessarily sweat or anything like that, at least from what I can tell while sitting inside the courtroom. But what I could see when the judge was reading off the jury instructions is that he was either kind of following along with the jury instructions that was in the computer right in front of him, or he kind of just sat there kind of looking a little bit into the distance. And so for the most part, I, again, can only imagine what was going through his head as these charges are really kind of like talked about at length, at nauseum, with the details, and then the jury has to go back, make a decision on whether or not the defendant is guilty, not guilty, whether or not the government proved or didn't prove certain predicate acts, especially under the RICO conspiracy. But from what I could tell of him, it seemed like, I think, if anything, he was staying strong for his family. So I didn't see him necessarily shake or get overly emotional, just really kind of taking it all in, just like as he's been kind of throughout this trial.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, there's a lot on the line. I mean, he's in the fight of his life right now, and his fate is in the hands of these 12 jurors. So let's get to some viewer questions for you, Elizabeth. Here's one from Elizabeth, or I'm sorry, it's for Shy920, at Shay920. How was the jury's expression, also his relatives, while the judge was addressing the jury? And here's a side note, Elizabeth, from Shay. Awesome hair, Liz. So she wants to know, how was the jury's expression, also his relatives, while the judge was addressing the jury? And kudos on your hair.
Thank you. A lot of comments on the hair today, which is surprising because I am not feeling like I'm having the best hair day, but I take it. Thank you, everyone. But as far as just the jury's reaction while the judge was reading off the jury instructions, like, think about it. This judge, bright and early on a Monday morning, is reading through, like 75 to 100 pages of just instructions. But I will say this, Anjanette, just like they have been throughout this entire trial in terms of paying attention, listening to the evidence, looking at the exhibits, taking their notes down, they've been very attentive. And that didn't even change for the jury instructions. You would think probably being read a lot of notes and a lot of instructions first thing in the morning would kind of bore them or tire them or anything like that. But I saw them because they all had kind of printed handouts in front of them, so that way they could follow along with the judge. All of them were pretty much looking at their instructions that were in front of them, whereas just lost my train of thought there. But in terms of the defendant's family, Sean Combs' family being inside the courtroom whenever the jury instructions were read, I think they were kind of, trying to follow along too. And you can only imagine, again, how long and lengthy the jury instructions can be. And it's not the most exciting thing. It is interesting for a lot of people like us who are interested in true crime and law and the legal aspects of things. But probably, just listening to them and listening to the charges against especially your loved one, I can only imagine what was going through their head too. But for the most part, I kind of saw them just, we weren't allowed to leave the courtroom once the judge began reading off the jury instructions. So everyone kind of stayed put and just listened to them. And they didn't take as long as I thought they did. And so I think that was a pretty good thing. It didn't take hours and hours and hours, just a couple of hours.
We got another question for you, Elizabeth. This one is from @iHeartGrunge. Okay, iHeartGrunge. Elizabeth, did the judge give orders to be within 10 minutes of the courthouse?
Well, the judge said stay tight and stay close. And so the good thing is if there's ever like a note or if there's a decision that is made, we get an email sent to us or a text message for some people that tells them to get back into the courtroom. I think the last time the jury came back with a note, it was probably a good 20 to 30 minute kind of delay in between the release going out that there is a note and then us getting inside the courtroom and then the judge getting on the bench in order to read the note. So it's a pretty good amount of time for us to all kind of get in there. I still have my computer open now just to make sure I'm not missing any jury notes right now from them. But so far, no notes yet. And we're getting towards the end of the day. So it's possible they may leave at 5, but we'll see whenever we go back to that courtroom to see what the end of the day looks like.
Here's a good one for you, Elizabeth. Another question. This one's from Bob688. Does Elizabeth take notes in shorthand? So, Elizabeth, do you have your own little shorthand going on there? Because I know you've been just scrambling away for weeks, and you've got all the notebooks filled up.
Yes, I do have a lot of notebooks filled up, and I only have 2 with me today. The rest are over at home, but I've got a system now where I have color-coded pens, all of that stuff. But yes, I take as much notes as I possibly can, probably a little too much notes just to make sure I'm staying awake and making sure I'm absorbing everything. But I definitely have lots and lots of notebooks to the point it's probably a good novel worth of notes at this point.
Keep those notebooks. I mean, it's basically like a souvenir, a memento of all of your weeks and time spent at the Sean Combs trial. Any final thoughts as we are in the middle of deliberations now? We're over 4.5 hours in. Anything else you want to add?
Well, I think it'll be interesting to see what the jury comes back as far as their decision goes and just how long it'll take. Now, initially, I told Jesse this morning, I was like, it's possible they'll come back with a decision today. And obviously, it's now 4 o'clock in the afternoon. I don't know if that's necessarily the same case, so we'll see. I probably lost that bet with Jesse. But for the most part, I think, for a lot of us, and I'm going to tell this to myself too, is that we have to be patient. The jury is doing their job. They're taking this case and taking it pretty seriously, especially given that it was a lot of weeks of testimony, a lot of witnesses, a lot of exhibits that they have seen that I think eventually will come to a verdict, will come to a decision, but we just don't know when. And so I think patience is key for this. Definitely patience is key.
Yeah, patience is key. And I always say waiting for a verdict is kind of like you're in the waiting room waiting for a baby to be born. It could happen at any time. You don't really know what's going on in there. Something's happening, but you're just waiting for word. So that's kind of how it is. It could happen at any time. We could have a verdict at any moment, or it could be tomorrow or the next day. We just don't know. But Elizabeth Milner, we're going to let you go. Thank you for your great reporting. We'll let you get back into the courthouse to cover this trial and cover the rest of the deliberations. Come back out and join us if you hear anything breaking. Thanks so much.
Thanks, Antoinette.
All right, so that was Elizabeth Milner giving us the very latest from inside court. And so we'll let her get back to it. For now, I want to remind you, we're taking your questions. I forgot to mention that. So drop all of your questions in the YouTube chat and we'll get to as many of them as we can. Now I want to bring in Adam Conta. He is a criminal defense attorney in New York. And Adam, I want to know what you're thinking about this whole issue with this juror. I mean, this happened really early on in these deliberations. Now they're back in there at it. They're working through the material, I guess. They haven't sent any follow-up notes saying, hey, juror number 25 is still not working with us. So what do you make of this? Because I'm gotta think possibly this had Sean Combs' team thinking, what's going on in there?
Yeah, I don't think it's that big of a deal. I don't think they're that worried about it because this was a really long trial, right? And so we kind of, as viewers and even as attorneys, you think that these jurors are close and really have a sense of who each other are. And in some ways they do. But I've done a ton of trials and you can watch it happen the moment jury deliberations start. These jurors are told day after day after day, do not talk about the case. Do not talk about your lives. Do not talk about the case. Instead, talk about your lives, talk about what you're up to, talk about the weather, talk about what you're eating for lunch. And they do that generally. And so these people have gotten to know each other now on a sort of a surface level. They might know about each other's kids. They might know about each other's where they live, their neighborhoods, but they might truly have no idea what they thought about the evidence if they followed the instructions of the judge until today. And so in a lot of ways, these jurors are just meeting each other today. And so it makes perfect sense to me that on day one, there would be this kind of almost explosive rift that maybe you assume John down the row here was going to be exactly on the same page as you because you guys had 5 lunches together and everything seems so smooth. But then you get into the mix of really talking about the evidence and, oh my God, this person is all of a sudden a lunatic to you. And so I don't think it's that unusual that these sort of rifts happen right now as they're finally starting to meet who each other are as jurors in relation to the evidence.
That's a really good point. That is a really good point. But to me, I don't know. You're saying it's not surprising. I'm a little surprised it happened that early. But obviously, they're back at it. So maybe it was just kind of an explosive moment. After all of these weeks, they're finally unloading and talking about this. And there are people with some strongly held opinions in there. I think we should talk about the verdict form, Adam, because we now have that verdict form and we can put it up on the screen for you. And the team for Sean Combs had proposed a much simpler verdict form where it just said, hey, if you find him guilty of racketeering conspiracy, which 2 predicate acts did you find him guilty of, or which do you think he committed? Instead, this is a little different. This includes, not guilty, or, these are the predicate acts that were proved or not proven, kidnapping, and then it goes through the other predicate acts. What are your thoughts on this verdict form? As a defense attorney, do you like this verdict form? Do you think this is a fair verdict form? Do you think it's straightforward? Do you think it's confusing? What are your thoughts?
I think it's a little unnecessary. I think what Diddy's attorneys were asking for, to me, just makes more sense. If your ultimate goal here as a judge is to get to a fair and just verdict, you want to do everything you can to empower the jury to be able to get there. Having to go through each overt act, essentially, to try to figure out which ones they think Diddy is guilty of versus just saying, listen, we've come to a decision. We think he is guilty of, let's say, kidnapping and arson. I'm just saying that because they're the first 2, not because I think that he's going to be guilty of those. That would make for a more simple sort of task to the jury. But now they really are going to have to go through each and every one and really discuss it. And you can kind of cut it both ways. I don't think it's unfair for either, but I think it has the potential to be a more elongated and complicated deliberations because it's forcing them to go through each and every accusation versus just picking the 2 they sort of come to an agreement on.
It's pretty interesting that you thought that. Their verdict form was really simple. So I do think it's interesting that the judge, put in there, no, we want them to go through all of these different acts and say whether this one was proven or this one was not proven. Let's go to some questions now. And before we actually go to the question, let me go to our first poll. We've been putting polls up throughout the trial on these live streams. Do you think juror number 25 should stay even if he's having trouble following the judge's instructions? 42% of you said no. 29% say hard to say. 27% say yes. So that poll is complete. 2.3 thousand of you voted in that poll. Thanks for doing that, guys. We'll put up another poll. So vote in those polls and put your questions in the chat and Adam will answer them. And if he doesn't answer them, I might answer them too. So Adam, here's our first question. This one is Sade Murray, 2876. What's the probability that the disruptions during the trial and these disruptions by juror number 25 cause a mistrial?
Well, we don't know. I mean, we just don't know what the disruption really is, right? So we know that this guy's a 51-year-old scientist. And what do scientists love to do? They love to prove things through analysis and methods. So maybe he has a really specific method that he wants to use to go through the evidence. And maybe that doesn't rub the other jurors the right way. And so just on a hypothetical, if that's really the issue here and they can work through that, then there's no chance. If he's going outside the scope of what's in evidence to do his own research and then bring that research into the jury room, then that's incredibly disruptive and could absolutely lead to a mistrial. So it's not a cop-out answer, but it's just so specific as to what the conduct really is, because something can be so minor or it can totally flip a trial on its head.
It really could. Let's get to another question. What is the point of anonymity for witnesses? This is from Dave Steffen, 3288. We had 2 witnesses, Adam, that were permitted to testify using pseudonyms, one being Mia, the former assistant to Sean Diddy Combs, and then Jane, the former girlfriend, romantic interest, who was not a public relation. This was not somebody who was publicly in a relationship with him. So why was that allowed? Why was that permitted? You don't see that a whole lot, but this is also a case that has a lot of eyes on it.
Yeah, I mean, you answered your own question, really. It's got so many eyes on it. And so this isn't a normal case. If this was just a state case in Iowa or something like that, where the media isn't just on top of every single thing, then perhaps there wouldn't be. But the point of the anonymity is, one, is to protect these 2 people, these 2 alleged victims who, regardless if you think what they describe as criminal or not, seem to be victims of some sort in the relationships they had with Diddy. So it's to protect them as they move forward in life after this trial ends. But there's also another huge reason why. It's to protect them before the trial, to make sure no witness intimidation happens, to make sure no one gets in contact with them and tries to coerce their testimony or make them or their families feel unsafe leading up to their moments in court.
We have some more information about Juror 25. This is from a tweet from jury selection from around that time. Juror 25 said during jury selection, I have a PhD in molecular biology. I listen to NPR. I like documentaries about climate change. My domestic partner, he's a graphic designer. So a PhD in molecular biology. I listen to NPR. He's a scientist, as you said. I kind of want to go back to this whole Juror 25 issue, sure, because I really do feel like, Adam, wow, I'm just bowled over by this. Mm-hmm. The fact that this early in deliberations, we had this kerfuffle, if you will, this big dust up over that caused the foreperson to send a note. So, to dovetail onto that, we have a question from Kevin Williams, SJ. Do you think the judge's response to the note was so generic as to avoid appearing to benefit one side or the other, to avoid ammo for a possible appeal?
Yes, I do think it was generic to avoid everything the judge is doing here, including what we just described, making the jury sheet so meticulous, is to protect the record and to protect against a potential appeal, to try to make sure that whatever happens, that this doesn't happen again. But as to the instructions he gave to the juror and to the jury in particular, you want to take baby steps in this. So it's the same thing as asking for a mistrial if there appears to be a hung jury. You don't just say, okay, you guys can't seem to agree, mistrial. You say, hey, this is a really hard process. Get back in there, talk it over, look at everyone's point of view, be considerate. And that's really what the judge is doing here with Juror 25. He doesn't want to make a mountain out of a molehill just yet. And he doesn't know the extent of how bad or minor his whatever Juror 25 is doing really is yet. And so I think he's just taking a measured approach, which is, let's see if we can get past this, get back in there, figure it out. If it becomes a bigger problem, let me know, and then we'll interview the juror. And I think that's a smart kind of step-by-step way to approach this. And so you're not minimizing it by saying, I don't want to hear about it, and you're also not throwing the juror off the jury immediately, which is could be a tremendous overreaction.
It definitely could be. And you know, the judge could just say, you know what, it's way too early in deliberations for this type of craziness. Go back, figure this out, do your deliberations, follow my instructions. He's probably waiting, as everybody else is, to see how this unfolds, because they were just instructed. They hadn't been back there very long when this happened. So I think that maybe this concern is, maybe it's over concern, but maybe the judge is just like, and maybe he's like, this is not my first rodeo. I've seen this kind of thing before. I mean, have you seen this a lot in your experience, Adam, where they get back there? We kind of hit on this earlier, but have you seen it a lot where they get back there and maybe somebody isn't very cooperative at first?
Yes, yeah. I think that there's a lot of, I'm telling you, that they form this idea of who each other are before deliberations begin. But then when deliberations begin, I mean, think of yourself as going on a date with someone, and maybe you go on 3-4 dates and everything seems great, right? But then that first fight happens. And then you kind of figure out who each other are, how you communicate, how you deal with conflict. And just, I mean, again, think of it like a date. Dealing with conflict is so specific to each individual person. How you argue, what you use as your ammunition, what really hurts your feelings. All these things are incredibly specific to each and every person. Now, bring it back to the courtroom, put those people in there. You've got the whole world watching you. You've got the whole world's eyes on your decision making. And now someone is acting in a way that you find unpredictable. On top of you just getting a tremendous amount of very complex instructions from the judge, which can be confusing. You've got a lot going on, and you know that the whole world is waiting on you collectively a decision. And so I think it's not unusual, and I've seen it on much less high stakes trials, where jurors just, they get in there, they realize that they have really different personalities, and it seems hard because it's a really, really hard job. What we ask jurors to do in every single trial, whether it's this one or not, is hard. And it should be appreciated, the role that we're asking these people to take. You're asking someone to take time out of their lives to judge another human being, and oftentimes in situations like this, judge their freedom, their business, everything that's important to this person is essentially in your hands. And sometimes it doesn't seem as stressful as it is until you get to this point also. And the weight of what you're actually doing comes crashing down on you. And so I think there's a lot of reasons why this could come up right now. But I mean, Anjanette, you just listed off even more details about this guy, which sort of makes me even more inclined to think what I had said earlier, that I'm sure this guy is clearly a smart individual. That can be intimidating for some people. Maybe he's trying to be the alpha voice in the room because he feels like he understands things better. That can rub people the wrong way. Maybe he just wants to go through things in a much more careful, unique way that maybe the judge didn't specifically lay out but feels comfortable to him. We just have no idea, but I don't think that this is something where we should raise the red flag, raise the alarms that this trial is about to collapse, they're about to call it. I think there are a lot of ways to bounce back from this. And usually just talking. I think what the judge is really doing right now is waiting for about 25 minutes from now when we get to close to 5 o'clock, and those jurors are gonna either say, hey, we'd like a little bit more time, or much, much more likely, hey, thanks so much, let's call it and go home. Then they're gonna get a good night's sleep, and then they're gonna come back tomorrow. And I think tomorrow is an entirely new animal for these folks because they will have had this experience of doing it for a day, and they will have time to sort of reflect on it, and they'll be prepared for it tomorrow.
Yeah, and in my mind, I think a PhD in molecular biology, I'm thinking, as you did, a scientist, very methodical. You would think this person would want to go through the jury instructions and read all of them. Again, we don't know exactly what was going on. So different personalities, different strokes for different folks. There could just be so much going on. And a good night's sleep can really clear your head too. I mean, they've just been in a pressure cooker for weeks. I do want to update everybody on the latest poll. Do you believe the jury's verdict will reflect public opinion? 44% of you say yes. 28% say no. 26% of you are unsure of public opinion. The poll is now complete. 2.4 thousand of you voted. So thanks, guys, for doing that. Remember to drop your questions into the chat. Adam and I will get to as many of them as we can. Sierra Gillespie is down at the courthouse, outside of the courthouse, so we'll bring her in just a little bit here. I want to update you on the state of deliberations. We're at about 5 hours of deliberation now, so the jury's been out for just about 5 hours after receiving the instructions from the judge this morning. They were charged and sent out to deliberations. Let's get to your next questions now. Carolina Hurtado, 6634 asks, can't the judge go into the jury room? Adam, this is a great question for you. Can't the judge go into the jury room and tell the jury that they've all have a civic duty to perform? Thank you. You are awesome. You explain everything so well. Well, that's very sweet. But I'm not going to answer that question, but I'll swing that question over to you, Adam. I know the answer to it, but
it's 1,000% no. No, the judge can't go in there. Nobody can go in there. But what you're saying he can do, and I think he did do, he can bring them into open court and say that exact same thing and put them in the jury box and tell them that. But he can. The jury room is a sanctuary that no one is allowed into but the jurors and maybe a court officer to keep watch. That's it. There's none of the parties are allowed in there under any circumstances, including and maybe especially the judge.
I'm going to take this next question. This one is from Jaslyn Leroy, 4308. She asks, why or who did he even kidnap to get that charge? The allegation, Jaslyn Leroy, and thank you for the question, because I think a lot of people, there's been so much information out there. A lot of this is very confusing. The allegation is that Sean Combs, back in 2011, after finding out that Kid Cudi and Cassie Ventura had been seeing each other, went to Capricorn Clark's house, his former assistant, and went there with a gun, banging on her door. She said it was like metal on metal. She had a metal door, and she opened the door. He had a gun, and he said, get dressed. We're going to his house. Why didn't you tell me? We are going to kill that N-word. That's what she said regarding Kid Cudi. And he ordered her to get into the Cadillac Escalade. He had a gun. She said he was waving it around, not pointing it at her, but he was kind of, upset. And then the gun was in his pants. And so the government contends that that was a kidnapping. So that's who he is accused of kidnapping. And that's one of the predicate acts that falls under the racketeering conspiracy charge. So there's that question answered for you. Here's another question, Adam. This one's a good one for you. Dave Steffen, 3288. During deliberations, does Diddy stay at the jail or in a holding cell at the courthouse or sitting in the courtroom talking to his attorneys? So where is he, Adam?
He's in a little cell right off the courtroom. He's in the building. He doesn't leave the building for deliberations. He stays there, and it's totally at the judge's discretion. And usually they offer the defendant some say in it also. But they're either at the table with the attorneys or they go into a holding cell that's just off the courtroom.
All right. We want to go now outside of court to Sierra Gillespie. She's been hanging out outside of the federal courthouse since late last week. So Sierra, talk to me a little bit about what's been going on outside of the courthouse today. Have we seen anybody else showing up, kind of hanging out, waiting for this verdict?
And Jeanette, I guess I was expecting to see at least some sort of commotion here today, potentially maybe even a celebrity sighting if we were lucky. And so far today, I have yet to see that. I mean, still the same amount of people are here as were last week. And majority of them, honestly, are reporters like myself. I mean, to my right and to my left, as far as the eye can see, we've got cameras, we've got lights and reporters who are live streaming or going live on their networks, whatever it may be. I mean, I have seen Diddy's family coming in and out, at the normal times this morning for jury instructions. And then later on after that, they kind of wrapped it up. And then after that, it's kind of just been a waiting game. I was just sitting here with Elizabeth Milner. We're kind of talking about, how long do you expect deliberations to go and what sort of verdict do you think? And we're just kind of chatting like you and I are now. And we saw Nicole Westmoreland. She was walking up and down here. So it's kind of just the same thing that everybody's just waiting. When are we going to hear a jury question? When are we going to get a verdict? And additionally, I think one of the reasons why many people may not be here today is it is so hot. We were eating popsicles earlier because it was so hot. I have multiple fans on me right now. So that could be deterring some people from coming down to the courthouse.
Yeah, it very well may be. And maybe they're just sitting around watching the coverage, waiting on their phones. We were talking about this earlier in the office, Sierra, how much things have really changed when watching trials and covering trials. And this one's a lot different because we can't have cameras in the federal courthouse, unfortunately. I mean, we would love that to change. But, there's this whole aspect, there's this whole thing called trialtainment where people are they get obsessed with trials and they follow them 24/7. We just saw it with the Karen Reed case. And then we saw it in the past with the Alec Murdaugh case. We've seen it with the Johnny Depp trial. So talk to me a little bit about that aspect of this and what you're seeing with this case.
Yeah, I think that's a really good description of what we do here at Law and Crime, right? We're always live streaming and bringing everyone gavel to gavel coverage, as we call it. So thank you to everyone who's watching right now, and keep sending us your questions because they've been great so far. But Karen Reed is another great example where at a time when there were breaks, all we had was a fan going, and we had like 40,000 people who were waiting on the edge of their seat. What's going to happen next? Who's going to say what? What is the verdict? And so this is something that we've seen multiple times with these big, high-profile cases, and especially when it comes to a celebrity case, of course there are going to be people who are wanting to follow it gavel to gavel. The difference here, of course, is that it's federal, so it's not quite the same in that we couldn't hear Cassie's testimony and we couldn't see Diddy when he was there with his family. So it's a bit different. We have to rely on reporters like myself. Elizabeth Milner has done a great job of encapsulating the trial as a whole, but I do think it really shows why true crime is so valuable at this time, or why so many people are here tuning in and watching, because everyone's so interested. And perhaps it even goes way back to OJ, you know, the one that started it all.
Yeah, the OJ Simpson case, that was a phenomenon, and it really was one that people, I was telling Jordan Chacon, our producer earlier, about seeing my aunt every day coming home from work, racing home from work, because she could work really early in the morning and come home and watch the OJ trial. And it was appointment viewing every day. People were obsessed. So it was really the one that started it all. So Sierra, what is your feeling on this? We were talking earlier with Elizabeth, of course, about juror number 25, you know, this juror who allegedly was, you know, and we, you know, we're just going by what the note said about the juror not wanting to follow the judge's instructions. Do you have any thoughts on that? Just, you've been outside the courthouse, I know, but I'm wondering, do you have any thoughts, just because you've been reading the transcripts, you've been going through the testimony?
Yeah, so I have been reading all the transcripts. I've been following this Diddy trial since the very beginning, and by that I mean November of 2023 when Cassie filed her civil lawsuit, which is a great time for me to remind everyone that I host our channel and our show called Scandal. So if you're interested in following any sort of celebrity gossip and crime, and you like what you see here with me, make sure to subscribe, because we love to cover cases like this. So Diddy, yes, I have been covering it really since the beginning. And while I haven't been inside the courthouse, I have been here for multiple days, as you said. And, you know, while we're waiting and we're outside, I'm getting to talk to people beside me. I believe it's NBC and ABC. And, you know, you just get talking to people because that's what happens. And so we're all like, wait, what is going on? There is this note, I believe it was about 2 hours into deliberations. And I think what's interesting, is telling to me really, is Judge Arun Subramanian's response to this, where he said something to the effect of, and I'm sure you've reported on it on this live stream, we talked about it earlier too, but he said something similar to, there is no time limit. And to me, that got me thinking that perhaps maybe juror number 25 had his mind made up, and he was like, okay, I listened to 6, 7, 8 weeks of all of this. I looked over my notes in the 2 hours that we've been deliberating. I know I'm not going to change. This is how I'm feeling, whatever. And maybe perhaps it was the other jurors, perhaps the foreperson, juror number 5, or maybe any of the other jurors who were like, wait a minute, this is a lengthy trial. We should be deliberating longer, and that's why. So at first, that's kind of what we were thinking is, oh, maybe they, you know, maybe this juror already knew what he wanted. Maybe they already seemed to come to what they thought could be a verdict. But now it's been a couple of hours since all of that. They were told to kind of go back and follow the instructions and just keep going. So at this point, if I had to guess, let's see, it's 4:38. I would say not today, but hey, who knows?
Yeah, that's kind of how I look at it. Who knows? Because you just never know. And I want to bring Adam Conta kind of back into this just really quickly, if I could. You know, there's nothing wrong, Adam. I mean, if the jurors got back there after a very short time and said, you know, this is how I feel and this is what I think, and they voted after even 20 minutes, that's allowed.
It's certainly allowed. And you guys just mentioned the bedrock of why this industry exists, right? OJ. And as soon as the OJ jurors got the case, the lawyers were packing up, ready to leave for a long weekend. And then boop, we've got a verdict already. And so you just don't know. You never, ever know. It could happen in 5 minutes and it could happen in 5 days. You just do not know.
Yeah, you really don't know. It could come at any time. I mean, they could listen to the instructions from the judge. They don't have to go back there and read through them again. They don't have to do that. They could have listened in the courtroom to him charge them and then go back there and they take a vote and they're like, we're done. I mean, that's how it can work out. Let's get back to some more questions. Sierra, I've got one for you. This one comes from, here we go. M Moore 7471. Can jurors do public interviews after the trial?
This is a lovely question. The answer is yes. And the answer is we here at Law&Crime are already working on it. So at this time, obviously, the jurors' identities are not made public. I personally only know what a couple of them look like because I've seen them walking into the courthouse, and Elizabeth Milner has pointed them out to me. So it's really only the people who are in there. I'm talking the defense attorneys, the prosecution, the government, all of the reporters who can look at them and point them out and say, oh, I remember seeing her or him for the past how many ever weeks. That person is a juror. But as of right now, we don't have the names of them. So what we're doing, actually, our amazing booking team, Alyssa and Diane, have already been on this. What we're going to try to do is right after this, we got to be ahead of the game, right? We got to be prepared for anything.
You always
for a
have to
verdict
be.
right now or 2 weeks from now. Yeah, exactly. So we're going to do our very best to make sure to hear from any jurors who are willing to talk. Obviously, it's up to them whether they do want to go on camera, whether they want to reveal their identity. It's all up to them, but we are working on it. So hopefully after this verdict, we'll get a couple of yeses.
Well, I'm just going to make an announcement here. Of course, if anybody knows a juror, the jurors, of course, should not be watching this live stream. Their phones should not be in the deliberation room. But of course, we would love to talk to the jurors. So anybody can email us here at Law&Crime if they know a juror and they want to put us in touch. Just a little note there, public service announcement. Let's get to another question. I'm going to grab one for Adam. This one is from CJ Wilson-Richmond 3539. Could this verdict set a legal or cultural precedent for how future celebrity cases involving alleged abuse and misconduct are handled?
Yes, that's a good question. First, two things. One, these jurors are going to find you guys. They want to be on TV with you too. They're going to find you guys no problem when this is done. And also, Anjanette, before we moved on, the O.J. Simpson case started this industry, but I think the case that really turned the public opinion is Making a Murderer, which I know you were involved in. I think that's when the world started thinking, hey, maybe we don't need to listen to everything 1,000% and buy it. Maybe we should look a little deeper. I think that was huge. That and Serial at the same time. Anyway, to the question specifically.
I'll let you finish, and then I'll let you finish this thought, and then I'll add in. But go ahead.
I think what's actually on trial here is coercion. The idea of coercion is on trial in our country, and I'm not saying whether what Diddy did was criminal or not, but you're talking about acts which adults consented to doing. And so you're putting on trial the notion of what does consent actually mean? And if there's a power dynamic, if there are drugs and sex and power and money at play, does it negate coercion? So I think that this trial in particular will have far-reaching implications of how the legal system moves forward, even more so than Harvey Weinstein. Harvey Weinstein was shrouded in the Me Too movement, which needed to come to light and then was, it played out as it did. But this is different and this is specific. And I really, really think it's not being talked about enough that what's actually on trial here is the idea of what coercion really means.
I think you make a really fair point there and a really good point, Adam, because the sex trafficking, it's fraud, coercion, or force. Mm-hmm. And so everybody's like, well, what's the coercion part of this? Sean Combs kept saying, this was all consensual. This was all consensual. And then in closing arguments, the government said, well, you only have to find one instance that this wasn't consensual, because they show all these text messages, the defense does, that, oh, I like freaking off with you and I LOL and all of this stuff. And so they said you only have to find one instance in all of those years of the freak offs. So everybody's like, well, what's the coercion? And so the coercion part of this could be a defining moment for that. I think you're right about that. In the Me Too movement, that piece of this, because at the height of the Me Too movement, I remember this, the whole thing about consent and what really is consent. I remember working in local news and doing stories about that, even on college campuses. Like, what is consent, and no meaning no, and things of that nature.
Yeah. I think it's really tricky. And when you have those text messages from the main witnesses that are months or years later saying, I love you, you're my inspiration, everything I do is for you. I mean, really, really detailed, effusively praising him kind of messages from these same people that are victims. You have to ask yourself, and we have to ask ourselves, what is coercion, what is a crime, and what is regret? And I'm not saying that what these women went through was not a crime. That is going to be for the jury to decide. But legally speaking, this is a really interesting moment where a court will help us as a nation kind of decide what that means.
Yeah, I agree with you 100%. Now back to the making a murderer thing that you brought up. When you're talking about people wanting to dive deep and dig deeper, for the record, for people who say, oh, well, we only saw what was on the news.
Yeah.
I will say that is not true. These trials featured in Making a Murderer were streamed gavel to gavel on local news websites. So that happened. Gavel to gavel coverage every day, streamed on local news websites. Might not have been nationally streamed, but they were streamed. And viewers could log on anytime and watch those gavel to gavel. So nobody was hiding anything. I just have to make that painfully clear, because that's an allegation that's been made by people who have a point of view associated with that docuseries. But those trials were streamed gavel to gavel. Anybody could watch them anytime and log on and read the accompanying news reports. Okay, back to your questions, everybody. Sierra, let's get to a question for you. So how about that, Adam Conta? So Sierra, here's a question for you. What is the official reason federal cases are not televised? Do you know? That's a tough question, because I don't even know if we really know.
That is an amazing question. I could talk more about Making a Murderer than I could talk about knowing the reasoning behind whether the answer is no. I'm going to have to look that up. I know that is something in the law that could eventually be changed. Maybe that's one for Adam. Should we talk about Making a Murderer? I don't know.
No, I think of Making a Murderer is for another time, another live stream. But Adam, what on earth is going on with these federal courts? I understand back in the day when it was just pen and paper or whatever, but even the U.S. I'm going to get on my rant, on my soapbox. Even the U.S. Supreme Court right now, you can get a live stream of audio from the United States Supreme Court, the highest court in the land. But federal court, nah, baby, nah. They got some pilot programs and courts around the court, around the country where you can log on and listen, but you still can't use the audio. So what is the deal, Adam? Why do they not let cameras in federal court?
This is my best educational guess. But I mean, I know that in New York you can't either, in New York State court. It's just it's a state-specific thing in terms of criminal trials on the state level. In the federal system, though, they've just determined that they don't want the intrusion on these processes. These judges are extremely formal. A lot of times there are confidential informants and private information that they don't want leaked out. But I personally think it goes against the nature of what our system is. We should have open courts, open trials. People should know what and how people are being accused, how the government operates, how the government tries a case, and what defenses are used, and why and how judges are making those rulings. There's no part in our Constitution that talks about this being a hidden process. And it's not. You can go and get in, but there's not the access to it that the public really would like to have. And the only good reason is, I think, convenience, and then they're going to say safety.
Interesting thoughts. Adam, I have a follow-up question for you. This is very important. It is from _B905. Where's Adam from?
I am from a small town in upstate New York, and now I live in Brooklyn.
Oh, interesting. Okay, well, we just had to get that out of the way. I'm going to update you guys now on our poll results. Do you think the jury will come back with a verdict today? 69% of you say no, 30% say yes, 2.7 thousand of you voted in our poll. So thanks for voting in our poll, guys. We'll probably put another one up if there isn't one up already. For now, we're going to get to more of your questions. This one's from Adam. Or for Adam, pardon me, from Demon 6392. Could the deliberations last longer than a week?
Sure.
There you go, Adam.
Yeah, sure. They can last. There's no set amount of time. It's as long as they're being productive, they can last. That's really it. And so it could go longer than the trial itself. It could go on for 2 months. If the jurors are coming in every day and say, we're working through it. No, we're fine. We're just working through it. Then they can have as long as they want with no limitation or pressure on how long that takes. If they start saying, we're deadlocked, that's when they would start to call the trial for a hung jury or mistrial. But if they're working, they can go as long as they want.
Yeah, certainly. We have another note from the jury. I just want to bring that in to let everybody know. We don't know what the note says, so we just want to temper your expectations a little bit, but we're waiting for some more word. But the jury has sent a note. It is 4:50. And Elizabeth Milner had said earlier that they indicated, or at least the judge did, that they could go till around 5. So we're going to wait and get some more information about what this might say. We're going to wait for some information about what the note might say. We just don't know yet. So we're going to wait. We're going to wait for that. So let's just wait and we'll take more of your questions. Let's get into another one. Sierra, I have a question for you. What's it been like just being down there every day? I know you said it's been kind of quiet. You kind of thought there were a little more, or there would be some more activity down there, but there really hasn't been. Can you fill me in a little bit on what Combs family members kind of were there this morning, or were they there at all? Like, tell me who showed up this morning. Was Janice Combs there this morning?
Yeah, what it's like being here, I'm very excited about it, especially since I've been covering this case for so long, even before an indictment came down. It was always, last year I remember 4th of July, I was going to a party and I was like, I gotta have my phone on me just in case something happens. An indictment is kind of, people are buzzing about it. Could it be? And then it came a couple of months later. So now that we're headed into the next 4th of July and we're kind of in deliberations and all of that, I mean, I was very excited to be here. And I think you can feel that energy too, that a lot of people, I mean, we're tired, we've been working hard, and yet we still are eager to find out what is going to happen. So you can definitely feel that energy here, even from the few spectators that there have been. A couple of people, I haven't personally seen any today with the free puffy outfits on, but we have seen those people in the past, or other people who are just hoping to find some sort of platform to be in front of the camera because they know there are cameras up and down the street here. But as long as I have been here, this is my 3rd day of trial being here, I have seen P. Diddy's family coming and going. The hard part is I was live on the air this morning with Chris Stewart when his family came in. So I personally didn't see every single person get out of their big Sprinter van and go inside. So I only know for sure about his sons that were here today. I'm going to assume Janice Combs was. I didn't personally see her because I was here reporting and my back was turned to them. But I think that's something worth noting, right? Is that Diddy's family has been here very consistently. Maybe this could open another conversation too, that they were seen, according to Elizabeth Milner, inside kind of after jury instructions, surrounded by each other, kind of in a circle, holding hands and praying. I'm going to assume, I'm going to make an educated guess that yes, she was here, but again, don't quote me 100%. But they were there praying and being together. And I think that's telling, right? That 6 of Diddy's 7 children have been here kind of regularly. Definitely the sons, the daughters in the beginning, and now kind of in the home stretch at the end. And I guess that's worth noting in a way too.
Yeah, it is worth noting. And sorry to put you on the spot there. And we were showing some video. I want to make clear, we were showing some video while you were talking, Sierra, that showed Sean Combs' daughters getting out of the Sprinter van. That was from Friday, I believe. So that was not from this morning. But, you know, the twins were there, obviously dressed in matching suits on Friday. So just to be clear, that was not from this morning. Let's go to a court update now. Sean Combs, everybody, has been brought back into the courtroom by U.S. Marshals. His lawyers are gathered around looking at a piece of paper. So this is the note. So we are waiting with bated breath on the edge of our seats to see what this note says. They're in there waiting They're looking at the note. We're waiting to see what it says. Question. Here's a question actually from a viewer. This is from Danny's 2. Does have the jurors go back into public and have phones and have free reign during the trial after court? If so, doesn't that risk potential corrosion, threats, or dishonesty? So, Adam, I think that's a good question for you. That's basically kind of mirrors a question we got earlier about sequestration. Are these jurors allowed to go back out into public as deliberations continue throughout the evening? You know, if the judge is like, okay, we're going to call it for tonight, no more deliberating tonight, do they go home or are they sequestered?
They're not sequestered, but more than that, meaning that they can go home at night, but more than that, they get total access to their phones, to computers, to the internet, to friends and family, to everything that could influence someone one way or the other. And so you have to trust, as a defense attorney, you have to trust and hope that the jurors follow their responsibility to not look at outside articles, not look at all the press, not look at anything that they shouldn't be looking at while they're deliberating. But you're also a realist, and you know that there is a grave possibility that they might do that, or great possibility that they might do that. And so you kind of prepare for that. I'm sure that there were things in the closing arguments, things in the opening arguments that were specifically designed not for the evidence that they would hear, but for the public opinion that they would not be able to avoid.
We have another question for you, Sierra. Will one or more of Diddy's sons be prosecuted eventually? This comes from Pops Soda.
This is a good question because there have been some rumors, I guess, and also civil allegations against both of them. I mean, I guess he has more than 2 sons, but I'm specifically talking about Justin Combs and Christian Combs. I mean, Christian Combs, of course, we've got the Grace O'Marquez lawsuit that was filed a while ago, the allegations regarding a yacht that Diddy had apparently rented, and then that Christian Combs allegedly, again, these are civil allegations, that Christian Combs allegedly sexually assaulted Grace O'Marquez, and then she moved forward with that civil lawsuit. So there's that one. And then one most recently with Justin Combs was filed just a week ago from today. These allegations are dating back to 2017. A woman by the name of, she's going by the name of Jane Doe, alleges that he essentially lured her from her home in New Orleans, Louisiana, over to LA, kind of under the pretense of entertainment. My dad works in the entertainment industry and, you know, come on out here. And she alleges, according to her lawsuit, that she was held prisoner in a hotel for an entire weekend. She says that she was raped by 3 men in masquerade masks, one of which she identified as Diddy. So we have those 2 lawsuits. And by the way, there was an additional one with Justin Combs. He was listed originally as a defendant in Lil Rod's lawsuit, which those of you who have been following the case from the beginning, which I know a lot of our Law and Crime viewers have been, Lil Rod's was filed in February of 2024, and another really big one, right? It was right before those federal raids of both of Diddy's homes. So Justin Combs originally was a defendant in that particular case. He never was served papers, though, and was eventually dropped as a defendant. So right now, we've just got those, but unclear if there could be future prosecution. I mean, that is what we saw with Diddy. We did see a bunch of civil allegations and lawsuits, and that led eventually into the criminal side of things. We saw that with Kevin Spacey in the past. I'm sure that we've seen this with many other defendants out there. But can I say for certain, will either of them face any sort of criminal, you know, action? Unclear at this time. But there are civil things floating around.
Yeah, a lot of civil action out there that is separate from the criminal stuff. So that leads me to a question for Adam. And I want the viewers to know we're monitoring, waiting for more information to come out of court about this note. So as soon as I get that information, everybody, I'll let you know as soon as we get it. But Adam, you know, all these civil actions, some of them are very old, right? Some of the allegations are really, really old. But that kind of raises the question to me, like if something from 2017, if a case is from 2017, why is there a civil case being filed? Even if the statute of limitations is passed, where is the police report? Why are people not filing police reports? Because doesn't that kind of bolster your civil claim to at least have gone to the police and said, this happened to me?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely it does. But that is something that we've seen as a pattern with victims of sexual abuse and sexual assault throughout history, that they would say that they have felt intimidated, they felt like they would be shamed and not believed. And so there are a number of very reasonable, understandable decisions that cause a person not to go to the authorities when it's time, when it would be timely. But then, years pass, maybe you come to grips with it in one way, but you still want that person held accountable. And so a civil remedy can be that avenue. And in situations like this, when there's sort of almost a pre-built-in believability because a person already has some allegations against them, sometimes it can feel easier to finally come out and tell your story. The flip side of that is also, if you see someone who has these allegations pending, then it also makes them an extremely easy target. And without those police reports that you mentioned, it is harder to prove. And so there's good reasons not to, but it always absolutely would bolster your case to have done it.
But I guess I'm just saying, of course we understand why these things are not sometimes filed at the time that the crime is alleged to have happened. But I'm talking about before filing the civil suit. Maybe you go and say, this happened to me. So would that be a weird thing to do? Or what do you make of that?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of these, the statute of limitation is just passed, and so they can't. But if the statute of limitation has not passed, then it still happens all the time. That's why we're here right now. I mean, Cassie went and filed a lawsuit. She didn't go to the police. She filed a lawsuit. Right. And then the government decided to investigate on their own. And so one begets the other all the time.
Yeah. We're still waiting, everybody, for more information about this jury question. So this is a perfect question for you, Adam, about this. This is from Top Shelf Tiara XOXO, or Tiara XOXO. Do they bring the defendant into court or into the courtroom for just a question, or if this is the verdict? So what do you think of that? Do they bring, even if it's a jury question, do they bring the defendant in?
Even if it's, we need a new lunch order, he's coming in. Every time, every question, he has to see it, he has to know what it is, and he has to be involved in the process of the judge answering them. He has to be there.
Let's talk a little bit about the foreperson. Let's get to a court update. I just got it. This is from CNN. We have 2 letters from the jury. This is what the judge has said. We have 2 letters from the jury, and the judge is on the bench. So waiting for a little bit more information. So not 1, but 2. Adam, what does that say to you?
It could say they want a couple different things of evidence and readback. It could say a really popular one, especially on the first day, is can we get the instructions again, or can you redefine reasonable doubt in a new way, or something like that to deal with terms. Again, it could be anything, but if there's multiple, I would guess that it's something to do with both instructions and evidence.
We are waiting for more information about what these say. The judge will read those into the record, so we know. I want to tell you all just a little bit about the jury foreperson who's been selected in this case. This person had training, apparently, some e-learning on sexual harassment, and has seen psychiatrists. And the juror was asked, you've had their services? And the juror said, yes, and I can be fair. And then there was a question 7 on the questionnaire. This person answered they are against capital punishment. As far as what the foreperson heard about the case, last week I saw a video of the defendant allegedly assaulting another person in a hotel, presuming innocence. So the foreperson had seen, like many people, the Intercontinental Hotel video, and there were no grounds to excuse this person for cause. Another court update we have 2 letters and notes from the jury. If an individual asks for a controlled substance and the person hands it over, is that distribution? And the second one says they will end at 5. So they're going home. I suggest we respond. The judge is suggesting they respond to the first question by pointing to the jury charge. So Adam, the first question, let's first of all, let's work backwards. They're going home at 5. So they're going to go home and get a good night's sleep and come back in the morning and resume deliberations. But that first question is, if an individual asks for a controlled substance and the person hands it over, is that distribution? So what's your answer?
My answer is it depends. And I knew exactly what the judge's response was going to be when you started reading the note. He's going to go to the instructions. The instructions contemplate what distribution means. He's going to reread those, not a word more, and say, you need to interpret those charges based on these instructions. Go back and discuss.
I had a feeling that was going to happen too. I think that's a really interesting question. So that has me wondering, where are they? Are they going through the racketeering charge? Is that what they're doing right now? Because distribution of controlled substances is one of those predicate acts.
Yeah, I mean, you don't know where they're going to start and how they're going to do things. You know, there's sometimes where it makes all the sense in the world to start at count 1 because everything seems to logically flow from that. But they think that count 5 is just a little bit easier. It may be easier to talk about, so they could be jumping around. But it certainly makes sense to be starting with racketeering and going through those points kind of one by one. Because if you don't get those two and you don't get on racketeering, then, you know, it's just such a huge part of this case. So much of the evidence, so much of the testimony go into those charges. And the drugs is obviously a huge part of this. You know, people, if you, like, let's say you're at a baseball game, right? I want to give a quick example. Let's say you're at a baseball game. You're sitting there, you want a hot dog. And the guy is coming up the aisle selling hot dogs. And so you say, hey, I want a hot dog. Now, in between, you got to pass money down. That guy's got to pass a hot dog back. So you're passing your $20 down. This is before Apple Pay. You pass your $20 down. You hand it to, someone else hands it to the hot dog vendor. The hot dog guy passes his hot dog down and it gets to you. You've bought a hot dog. You have a hot dog. But what about all those people in the middle that passed your 20 and passed the hot dog? They exchanged money for hot dog, or, you know, use this example for drugs. But they're not buying, they're not selling, and they didn't distribute, but they were involved in the process. And so there are a lot of variabilities into what someone's action is in order to buy and sell something, in order to distribute it, or in order to receive it. So it's not as cut and dry as, were there drugs there and did they get handed over? And so I think, I love this question because it means that the jury is going through and carefully evaluating the evidence, which they should be doing in a case this serious.
Oh, definitely. They should be considering. It's very serious. I mean, this is Sean Combs's life on the line. This will determine whether or not he spends the majority of the rest of his life, or potentially the rest of his life, in prison or not. Sierra, I want to go out to you, maybe for some final thoughts on the day. The deliberations are wrapping up. I just want to reiterate, they've had that jury question about distribution of drugs, whether or not that's distribution, whether or not that qualifies under the law if somebody asks for a drug. So that's what it's been. They're going to send the jury home for the day. They want to respond to the question, but they're going to let the jurors leave first. Mark Agnifilo, the Combs lawyer, has a response. And they're going to bring the jury in and discharge them for the day. Per the jury's request, it's now 5 p.m., so we'll excuse you for the day. Your request will be answered in the morning. I'm not going to bring you into the courtroom tomorrow morning, so you should just come in and start at 9 a.m. So they're going straight into the deliberations room. But Sierra, I want to get your final thoughts on the day and them ending deliberations at about 5 hours and 29 minutes for today.
Well, Antoinette, I had to laugh out loud, and I think you did too, when it was like, okay, the first question, we're talking about, you know, drugs, and then the second one is, oh, by the way, we're leaving at 5 p.m. I just thought it was so funny, and I think both of these questions together really go to show, at least to me, that the jurors are doing their due diligence and doing their job well. I mean, if they know, okay, 5 o'clock is approaching, we're nowhere near to getting this wrapped up. We still have a lot to kind of hash out and parse through. Okay, well, we're done for the day. We'll come back tomorrow. We'll get in the nitty gritty then. And so I think, first of all, that that's a positive thing. And then second of all, this very specific question about the drugs, I tend to agree with everything that Adam said there, talking about the hot dog as well, you know? It makes me think that the jurors are going through and discussing what they're supposed to be doing. Now eventually we'll be referring back to the instructions, also what they're supposed to be doing. And so I think that shows something positive, especially after coming off of that question about 2 hours in, where it seemed like juror 25 couldn't or wouldn't or whatever it was follow the directions, that now multiple hours have passed since then. It seems like the discussion really was getting going, and I don't know what it means, if it's going to be a long deliberation ahead. Perhaps it does seem like they're discussing, which I think is a good thing.
Yeah, it seems like they are. And thanks to Adam and Sierra for making me really hungry, but at least it's dinner time, right? All this talk about hot dogs and everything. Sierra Gillespie, we're going to let you go. Thank you so much for being with us. I really appreciate it. It's been fun. Adam Klanta, thank you to you for being here as well. It's been great. And thanks to everybody for submitting your questions. I want to update you on our last poll, just so everybody's aware of the final poll results. Do you believe public opinion influences high-profile trials? 52% of you answered absolutely. 28% of you answered somewhat, 13% answered not really, and 5% said no, courts are impartial, and a whopping 4,000 of you voted. Thanks so much for voting. And before we leave, I really want to tell you about something great we've got on Wondery. It's a podcast. It is the second season of Law&Crime's The Rise and Fall of Diddy, hosted by our very own Jesse Weber. It's back, and the third episode actually drops tomorrow. In the meantime, you can catch up on the first 2 episodes that have dropped exclusively on Wondery Plus, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your favorite podcasts. So we're going to give you a teaser. Check it out, and we'll be back here in the morning. Have a great night.
We acting bad. We ain't trying to hurt nobody.
For decades, he was untouchable.
I've gone from Harlem to Hollywood.
Sean Diddy Combs built an empire from the ground up. But now, it's all coming undone.
Sean Combs, the mogul as we know it, is over. I'm Jesse Weber, host of Law&Crime's The Rise and Fall of Diddy, the federal trial, a front row seat to the biggest trial in entertainment history.
Sex trafficking, racketeering, prostitution, allegations by federal prosecutors that span decades, and witnesses who are finally speaking out.
This is at least the 10th lawsuit filed against Combs.
Each week we break down the courtroom drama as it happens.
How far will he fall, or will he walk free, but with a reputation in ruins? You can listen to The Rise and Fall of Diddy, the federal trial,
exclusively on
Wondery Plus.